our game, the American game.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed, the only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the season, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn.
It is the American game. It's just what it is, and it makes you, I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It brings you back.
It may be the worst of times for the National Football League, but it is the absolute best of times for Major League Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
Please verify signal clarity. Please verify signal clarity. Please verify signal clarity.
You're in Braves country.
I just saw a stat that said the Iran conflict is costing the American taxpayer $900 million a day, which is pretty tragic considering how many fake daycares we could fund with that money.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
Armchair.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome here on Braves Country Radio. You're listening live as we march closer to crowning a champion. I'm Mac McGee. It's time to put it all aside and get ready for what should be a great day in baseball. We'll go over the lineups as the game goes on. Make sure to like and subscribe and become a member today. Jump in the chat. Tell us where you hail from, as roll call is on the way. Buckle up, boys and girls. It's time for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of baseball.
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call. Yeah. Roll call.
Good afternoon, y'all. We're just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, Italy versus Puerto Rico. Before we get another dork in like we got in earlier this week, it's not Puerto Rico versus Italia. It's Puerto Rico versus Italy. You're in Braves country. We're going to call it Southern. By God. Hope everybody's having a good day. Good to see Chop Shop, John, Royal Pita. Braden's here. I know I saw Underwater chatting along with him. James Fisher King. Well, welcome in. I don't think this is a record because we had several times we were doing it in the fall this past year, but it's the most we have called in this particular tournament, the WBC. Welcome into 13 different radio stations across 4 different countries today on independent radio, as we are just about set for an elimination game, and the winner here faces the winner tonight. We've got that game as well. It is going to be a battle of the Italian bats versus the Puerto Rican pitchers. But, and even though it's a virtual pick 'em out in Vegas, good to see Will-I. I like Italy in this game. Now, we're going to call it straight down the middle, and I don't really have a preference per se, though I do think Italy's offense can hang with Japan a little better in the next round, but you never know. Puerto Rico does have some pretty good players on their team. It's just the biggest question to me is can they hold up in the next round, and we'll see if Italy comes in with the same chip on the shoulder that they did in that first round. Kelly was telling me early this afternoon that tonight's game is going to be even bigger as far as our numbers are concerned on our broadcast numbers. She doesn't have the final numbers, but when she told me the numbers of the stations, 13 and 4, different countries, she said tonight that she didn't have the exact number, but Japan versus Venezuela is a huge draw, and I guess there's a ton of stations overseas that are wanting it because they're not able to get an English-speaking broadcast. Italy is wearing their white jerseys with Italia on the front. Written in blue. Blue ball caps. White jerseys top to bottom with the white pants. And Puerto Rico, waiting to see them hit the ground as yes, we're just about set, just a few minutes away. We'll stick here with you. Braves are playing the Red Sox this evening in between this broadcast and tonight's broadcast, but we aren't going to be covering that. I got to save my voice for tonight's game versus Japan. I'm going to try to check it out a little bit, but if it was a regular season game, I mean, you know me, I'd probably just go ahead and say we can do it, but considering we're towards the end of the spring training, I'm going to try to catch a little bit of it in between, but we got a whole mess going on here at the house, so I got to deal with that before anything else. Our fridge decided to stop working this morning, so it's been a fun morning. Good to see you, R81. You must be talking about basketball. I know one thing. Vanderbilt's stomping a mud hole in the Gators. 20-point lead. Woo-wee! Number 1 seed these, what Nashville, Tennessee said to Gainesville. Puerto Rico is going to be batting first, and the starting lineup is Castro at second, Hernandez at short, batting second. Castro leading off. Arenado batting third, playing third. Cortez batting cleanup, playing right. Rivera is batting fifth and at first. Ramos batting sixth and in center field. Eddie Rosario, designated hitter and batting seventh. Lugo is in center field and batting eighth, and Maldonado is behind the plate and batting ninth. Sam Aldeguerri is the southpaw coming in to pitch for Italy. He's thrown 4 2/3 in this World Baseball Classic and has not given up a home run. Puerto Rico wearing their dark blue tops, white and red. White writing with red outlines. And left to right across the infield for Italy, it's Fisher, Sagasi, Antonacci, and Vinny P. Left to right in the outfield, it is Nori, Marcy, and Cagney. And we're just about set. Yes, sir. It is baseball time in the World Baseball Classic, and the first pitch on the way is right there for a strike to Willie Castro. It's 0-1. Lefty-righty, the 0-1 pitch. Swing, swats it away. 1-2. For you country club members, we do have the Italian and the Puerto Rican flag in the emojis. I believe it's the very first set, depending on who you decide to pull for here. Maybe it's just because it's who you decided to bet on. The 0-2. Welcome in, Joyce. Good to see you. Is the 0-2 pitch high and inside. 1-2. I think I got everybody else on the roll call earlier. Might have been a few that have slipped in here. If I've missed you, jump back in the chat. Oh, here we go. Donde's in here today. The 1-2 pitch, swing, lifted high and deep. That baby's gone. A 1-run game to start it off, and Castro has ignited the crowd. And as you can imagine, they are going bananas. The Puerto Rican crowd, it looks like it's almost split in half. It seems like the left side of the field is all Puerto Rico and the right side, the Italian fans. So 1-0 your score. He clocked that one over that mini green monster there and left. Lefty-righty matchup is Hernandez. Takes the first pitch and swing and a miss. It's 0-1. 93 on the outer edge. It's 0-2. I'm sure Puerto Rico feels like they're going to have to score a lot of runs to stick with Italy today, and they're off to a good start. They are partying in the stands, that's for sure. Everybody I've seen so far, man, they got a tall, cold one. Singing songs. The 0-2 pitch, swing, lifts it high and deep into right field. And that'll be caught for a loud out number 1 here in the first inning. So 1-0 your score, and Nolan Arenado to the plate. First pitch swinging. Fouls it back out of play. Arenado now with the Arizona Diamondbacks, in case you missed that little memo sent over from the St. Louis Cardinals. He's been there for quite some time. As the 0-1 check swing. Bangs it down the line, foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Sam kicks and fires, swing and a miss, nasty slider down and in, 2 down. Welcome in, Bahamas. Is that Bahama Llama, or am I misreading that? It's a little far away. But anyways, welcome in, Bahama. Hope you enjoy the broadcast. First pitch is outside wide for a ball to Carlos Cortez. It's 1-0. Lefty-lefty matchup. The infield back into the right. The 1-0 pitch swing pops it up high in the sky. That'll be a can of corn in very shallow left field. F5 in your scorecard, but not before Puerto Rico puts one on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR Radio Network.
The next time one of y'all want to move to Florida, okay. It's 9:45 p.m., dark as outside, and I'm having to sit in front of my fan to cool my fat ass off because I was just in the kitchen in my place, sweating like a prize pig from doing what you might ask. Not manual labor, not yard work, not exercise. I was washing the dishes. I hated
Y'all,
him.
I'll go 2 to 3 days without spending money and be proud of myself just to blow $600 in 1 hour on day 4.
You still love me?
Of course I still love you. I love you no matter what.
What does that mean, no matter what?
Nothing, just that I love you.
No matter what means you love me even though I have some sort of problem, like no job or no money or Biggie can't fit through doorway.
Tony Gwynn. Just how good was he? How much time do you have? He faced 18 Hall of Famers in his career for a total of 541 plate appearances. In those at-bats, he batted .331 with a .371 on-base percentage. In his entire 20-year career, he only struck out 434 times. Since he debuted, a hitter has finished the season with a batting average above .350 only 46 times. Tony Gwynn accounts for 7 of them. He had 19 straight seasons where he batted above .300. The only season he didn't was his rookie year. He finished his career with a .302 batting average with 2 strikes. Even better, in 1994, he hit close to 400 in 2 strike counts. 6 times in Padres history, a player has recorded 200 hits. 5 of them belong to Tony Gwynn. 45 times he recorded 4 hits in a game. Greg Maddux and Pedro Martinez faced him 138 times combined, and neither was able to strike him out. He is the only major leaguer to win 4 batting titles, each in 2 separate decades. Despite only having more than 90 RBIs in a season once, he had a career .349 average with runners in scoring position. 11 times in his career, he didn't strike out in 20 straight games. His longest streak without a strikeout was 39 straight games in 1995. And that's just the best stuff I could find. Before I end this, I'll ask you one question. Who is the best hitter in your lifetime? Let me know in the comments.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Game 1 of our doubleheader. Puerto Rico leads Italy 1-0. Tonight we'll have Japan versus Venezuela come on there about 8:45. That first pitch is right at 9 o'clock. As Seth Lugo starts off for Italy, first pitch is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup, Sam Antonashi batting 182 in the series, or the tourney, I should say. 1-0 right there at the knees. It's 1-1. Old habits are hard to break when it comes to baseball broadcasting. You don't normally say tournament when you talk about professional baseball. The 1-1 count, way outside wide, 2-1. So we got the doubleheader today, and then we've got the rest of the WBC. We've carried several of these games, but we've got today's game, tonight's game, and then the 2 semifinals and the championship all right here on the WBC, on the BCR for the WBC is the 2-1 pitches. Whoa, that was right down Main Street and did not get the call. 3-1. D'Orazio did a double take back there at the umpire. The 3-1 pitch, outside wide ball 4. And Lugo's giving Blue the what for. You can't blame, I mean, that pitch, now unfortunately there is no ABS system, ABS challenge here in the WBC. And for those of y'all who couldn't see it at home, you're listening on radio riding down the road or not being able to pay attention to the graphic on our screen. The pitch was right dead center of the plate, and I'll say 2 to 3 inches above the knees. So 100% of that ball was in the zone. First pitch on the way is inside to Sagasi. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Going to flip it over to first real quick. Keep the runner close by. Pitch on the way, swung on and fisted back foul. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Brings it, swing, chops it foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. Winner of this takes on tonight's winner. That'll be Venezuela versus Japan. That ought to be a fun one. A little surprised that I was looking at the numbers like we always do here pregame, and the over-under on that game is only 7.5. I was a little surprised with those two offenses of the 0-2. Outside wide 1-2. And I know Japan's got really good pitching, but you just got to figure with all those bats in both of those lineups, you're going to clear that number. The 1-2. Throw comes down to first base. Looked like that pitch was in the zone. Did they call it? They did. Strike 3, 1 away. So even though he had to jump out of the frame and fire it to first, wasn't able to hold the strike frame, they did get the call. And that'll bring up Marcy, Jacob Marcy, the Miami Marlins, here for Team Italy, batting third. Vinny Pasquantino is standing on deck, and of course he was the one that hit the 3 home runs the other night, Kansas City Royal. Canzone is in the hole. If they keep the line moving, Jack Caglione. The first pitch on the way drops a nasty little bender right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. In the dirt, 1-1. In this round, once again, in case you might have forgotten from yesterday, you can go up to 80 pitches with your pitcher. The 1-1. Pitch down and in, trying to get him to chase again. 2-1. 2-1 count, runner at first, infield back into the right. Double play depth, the 2-1 pitch. Just misses outside, ball 3-1. The 3-1 pitch brings it. Outside wide, ball 4, so he'll head on down to first. First and second, 1 out, and Vinny P coming to the plate, and I'm sure that is the last thing that they were wanting to see here in the first inning with that 3-run home performance the other night. Vinny Pasquantino. Vinny P, as he's known in, well, fantasy baseball and Kansas City circles. First and second, 1 out. The big slugger stands in. First pitch on the way is right down Main Street. For a strike, it's 0-1. And, of course, what's unique about this tournament is the man on the mound is Vinny P's teammate. The 0-1, outside wide, 1-1. Both Kansas City Royals. I'm telling you, Kansas City's going to have a good team this year. Some people thought they were going to be the big dark horse last year, and they got off to a rough start, but that's going to be a good team there in the American League. Is the 1-1 pitch. Swing, fouls it away, 1-2. That's who the Atlanta Braves start their season off with, though it is in Atlanta. It's not quite the soft landing spot you would normally think it would be. This is not your this is not your father's Kansas City Royals club. The 1-2 count. Outside. 2-2. So Deuce is wild. 2 on and a 2-2 count. Vinny P digging in. Even with those 3 home runs, just batting 188 in the tournament. The pitch on the way. Swing! Fouls it back. Welcome in, Spaceman. The 2-2. Thinking along here with Lugo, he may be trying to get something off speed for a double play. The pitch on the way, swing. That ball is bounced off the glove of the leaping shortstop, and it's going to dribble into center field. Hernandez looked like he had a play on it, but it bounced off his glove, and it's going to be a tie game as the run comes around to score. It's 1-1. Antanashi was going on contact there. He damn near would have gotten doubled up if he just could have held on to it. It's taken off like a bat out of hell. And just as that ball went off his glove, he comes home to score, and it's 1-1 here in the bottom of the first. First and second, one out. It's a quick mound visit out there. We're just 11 days away from opening night in Major League Baseball. Wednesday night baseball right here on the BCR will have Yankees versus Giants. And then the next day, doubleheader on opening day, Red Sox Reds, followed by Cleveland at Seattle. That's the nightcap. Your Atlanta Braves get started on Friday night. We'll bring that to you as well as the pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is rattled through the hole. That's down for a base hit. That should score a run. Here comes the throw into the infield, and Italy has taken a 2-1 lead here in the bottom of the first. Hit parade keeps coming. Seth Lugo getting banged around. Canzone with an RBI single. Vinny P goes corner to corner. And Cagney and Lacey, Jack Caglione coming to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. I mean, we talked about this the other night when they played Team USA, but if Spencer Strider's the quad father, Caglione is like the quad monster. This guy is just absolutely jacked as the first pitch is off the plate wide. Off that 1-0, it's now 2-0. Count. Righty-lefty matchup. Runner at third and first. The pitch on the way. Swing. That ball's ripped to right field. That's down for a base hit. One run will score. It is 3-1. Pisons. They are all over Lugo, and Molina's coming out to get him. I think that's it. We'll be back in a flash. Team Italy. 3 on the board already. That's Amore. We'll be back in a flash.
Yes, it is. You can say crack up, but when you throw the hard R in there, that makes it racist. And I prefer saltine American. Unbelievable.
Morning, skinny dipping the way Benjamin Franklin intended it, baby. Old Ben Franklin knew that this is the subaquatic, patriotic, iconic tonic for the American spirit and the American soul, baby. There ain't no better way to start your day in the land of the free than the Benjamin Franklin way, okay?
What you doing today, girl?
Sometimes my business ain't your business.
Oh, okay.
So don't be asking me that, what I'm doing. Could I have my business to myself sometime?
Important wisdom from Alexander Hamilton. A nation which can prefer disgrace to danger is prepared for a master and deserves one.
Here are 10 things you didn't know about Lou Gehrig. Number 1, he was a very big baby, weighing almost 14 pounds at birth. Number 2, as a 17-year-old, he started to get national attention after he hit a grand slam completely out of Cubs Park, now known as Wrigley Field. Number 3, he once played summer professional baseball under the name Lou Lewis to avoid losing his collegiate sports eligibility. Number 4, except for his minor league games in Hartford, he played his entire baseball life, Sandlot High School, college, and professional, with teams based in New York. Number 5, he wore number 4 because he hit behind Babe Ruth Ruth, who batted third in the lineup. Number 6. Despite being knocked unconscious after he was hit by a pitch above the right eye, he was still in the lineup the next day and able to continue his consecutive game streak. Number 7. Yankees general manager Ed Barrow once helped extend his streak by postponing a game as a rainout on a day when he was sick with the flu, even though it wasn't raining. Number 8. He once threw a punch at Ty Cobb after a game. He fanned on the haymaker and landed on his head on the hard concrete floor and temporarily knocked himself out. Number 9. He was the first athlete to appear on a Wheaties box when he appeared on the back of the box in 1934. Number 10. June 2nd is not only the date he joined the Yankees starting lineup, it is also the date he passed away in 1941 at the age of 37.
Braves country baseball. Welcome back. Lefty-lefty matchup here as Fisher stands at the plate and Moran fires the first pitch in there, a bender at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Down and away, 1-1. So if y'all hear any rumbling later during either one of these broadcasts, we've got a fridge on the way because ours crapped the bed this morning. And we weren't, I basically just said, just bring it when you got to bring it. I'm not going to worry about it as the 1-1 outside wide 2-1. We usually try to keep it kind of quiet in the background, but a lot of stuff we were worried about going bad. So in the course of all days for it to happen, I'm doing a doubleheader. It's a Saturday, etc., etc. The 2-1 count. First and second, still one out. Italy leads it 3-1. We're in the first, and there's time called. Very last second by Fisher as he steps out of the box. Andrew Fisher. And people have asked me, but I'm not really pulling for anybody per se, but I think this team, Italy, is very fun to watch as the 2-1 pitch, down and away. 3-1. And just because of a lot of it's fantasy baseball related, I've had Vinny P on my team for a few years, and him and Bobby Witt Jr. being just following the Royals in general as a 3-1 outside wide. Ball 4, so he'll head down to first. But I also just feel like this team, because to beat Team Japan, anybody to beat Team Japan, it's gonna take a hell of a feat. As the Ducks are all over the pond. Bases loaded, 1 out. And I think Italy's got a much better chance just because you're going to have to swat with them. First pitch on the way is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Good to see you, 21. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Up top. Called for a high strike. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. It's gone fastball and changeup to start it off. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that puppy. Lord have mercy. 1-2. That was filthy. One, 2 count. The pitch on the way. Swing. That ball's lifted high and deep into left field. Coming in, making the running catch is Ramos. He'll fire it into the infield, but the tag will come through, and it is 4-1, Team Italy. Wow. Jumping all over Puerto Rico early and often. Good piece of batting there. Razio drives it out to left field. And you've got 2 on and 2 out as the other runner stayed put at first and second. He just put a flash up there, an upset alert about the Florida Vanderbilt game. Hell, Vanderbilt's already stuck their foot in them. What are you talking about, an alert? Should have alerted them around halftime. Lefty-lefty matchup, first pitch to Nori, the number 9 hitter, as everybody in the order has batted for Team Italy. Here in the first, it's 0-1. Dante Nori, 6 for 12. How about that? A guy who's been batting 9th in the order this entire tournament. 6 for 12. Wouldn't that be nice to have a guy batting 500 at the bottom? 0-1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Nori, 21-year-old in the Philadelphia Phillies organization, takes the 0-2 pitch on the outer edge and called strike 3. Looked a little bit off the plate, but that'll end the inning. Not before Team Italy puts 4 on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR. Braves Country Radio, the WBC.
What country has the most beautiful men?
Ireland.
Well, the country with allegedly the ugliest men is Ireland.
You
Irish women.
I will not have this propaganda on the internet. Irish men are the most beautiful men. Our porcelain skin, a little bit of blush in the cheeks. Irish men have such distinctive heads that if I'm in a foreign country, I can spot another Irishman from over a kilometre away. Actually, Irish men have a very mature look. We look like we're 52 when we're 12. He goes on in this video to say that French men are some of the most beautiful men. I need to have a sit down.
And stop at the butcher, I'll pick up a couple of ducks and make my justly celebrated duck à l'orange.
Washed down with a winsome yet robust Chambertin.
And I'll bring a quart of whiskey in case of snake bite.
There are no snakes up there.
All right, I'll bring a snake.
When I think great pitcher who struck fear in the hearts of hitters, he got better with age, winning 239 of his 303 games after turning 30 years old. His 6 300-strikeout seasons are tied with Nolan Ryan for the most ever. His 4,875 career strikeouts are 739 more than the next closest left-hander on the list. His 10.6 strikeouts per nine mark is the highest in Major League Baseball history for any pitcher with at least 1,000 innings pitched. Among pitchers in the 300-win club, his 646 career win percentage is 5th best. He is one of only 5 pitchers to pitch a no-hitter in both leagues. He remains the oldest pitcher to throw a perfect game when he accomplished the feat at age 40. His 160 pitches in 1992 is a pitch count that has not been reached in a Major League Baseball game since. He finished 7th in National League Cy Young voting in 1998 despite pitching only 2 months in the league. Only Roger Clemens has more Cy Young awards than Johnson. Randy won 4 straight from 1999 to 2002. In 12 at-bats, Tony Gwynn only managed 1 hit and struck out 4 times against him. Where does Randy Johnson rank on your list for all-time greatest pitchers? Or even better, is he the best left-handed pitcher of all time?
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's for dinner?
First pitch on the way from
What's for
Tim
dinner?
Aldegari is outside wide to start off the top of the second inning. It's 1-0. It's everybody chowing on. 1-0. High and inside. 2-0. Because of our refrigerator situation, I've got a big old snake eyes. Picked a hell of a time to go off the sweet train during Lent is the 2-0 right there, first strike, 2-1. So there's really nothing here. It's like, man, I did not plan properly. The 2-1 count. Rivera digging in. The pitch swung on and pops it up high in the infield. Can of corn eventually come down into the glove of Antonashi. Went away. Yeah, that's what I'm on. Well, I'm switching from coffee to my Arnold Palmers I usually drink during the afternoon during these games. Helio Ramos, San Francisco Giants outfielder, comes to the plate. Lefty-righty started off. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Ramos, 26-year-old. He was born in Puerto Rico. 1-0. Outside wide ball, 2-0. Even played his high school ball there. So he is a homegrown product. Not like a lot of guys in the tournament that might just have heritage and have lived most of their life in the United States. The 2-0 pitch. Up top. 3-0. Now, Sam Aldegheri, he was actually born in Verona, Italy. He is in the Angels organization, has been since 2025. The 3-0 count, right there on the outer edge, 3-1. Someone was saying they didn't know that Team Italy played such good baseball. I mean, a couple of guys by the name of Babe Ruth and Joe DiMaggio kind of got them off to a good start as the 3-1. Misses high ball 4, and he'll head on down to first. So Puerto Rico gets a man on to try to climb back in this one. Realize a lot of the guys on Team Italy are from the United States. Baseball has been a big part of the Italian culture in the U.S. ever since Babe Ruth, and then of course Joe DiMaggio carried that torch. You have a high concentration of Italians in the New York area, and the fact that they were playing for the Yankees really helped. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario's off the glove of DeRazio, bounces away, but Ramos will stay put as Eddie puts his hand up to tell Ramos to stay right where he is. It's 1-0. Eddie Rosario, ex-Atlanta Brave. Of course, he's been all over Major League Baseball. Man, he's really looking... He's got a gray beard as the 1-0 outside wide 2-0. That kind of threw me off. I hadn't seen Eddie up close in a while, man. He's got a full old man beard, as they call it. It's properly trimmed. You know, he's not going full Santa Claus on us, but the 2-0 count right there, 2-1. It's a prime candidate to be on the next Just for Men commercial. Eddie Rosario, he was born in Puerto Rico and played his high school ball in Puerto Rico. Of course, started with the Minnesota Twins and then came over to Atlanta in 2021 as the 2-1 down and in, 3-1. If you remember, he was injured when he came over to the Braves, so we didn't even see him for the first several weeks of that trade. And then he caught fire and ended up being the NLCS MVP. That big home run against the Dodgers, the one I'll always remember. He's going to flip it over to first real quick to keep Ramos close by. Good play by Vinny P to keep that ball from going to the dugout. He's got a smirk on his face because I'm sure Sam acknowledged it was a bad throw, and Vinny was probably like, you didn't have to tell me, man. That thing about got away. 3-1 count, lefty-lefty matchup. Pitch down and away, ball 4. And you know that's some bad pitching to get Eddie Rosario to take 4 out of 5 pitches, because that man has rarely seen a pitch he didn't like. And he'll head on down to first. 4-1 your score, but the tying run is coming to the plate. Quick mound visit out there. So everybody will return to their positions. You got 2 on, 1 out, and Lugo, the center fielder, coming to the plate. Matthew Lugo. He is not related to Seth Lugo, the pitcher, but he is the nephew of Carlos Beltran. First pitch is outside, high and wide. Bender, it's 1-0. Team Italy has a righty and a lefty warming up in the pen, so they're ready to make a change here. He can't get out of this jam. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Woo, doggy. That ball's right down Main Street. And Lugo shaking his head like, man, I was on that. I don't know how I missed it. Matthew Lugo's 0 for 3 in the WBC. The 1-1. Swing, pops it up. Chase that one, and that'll bend towards the first base dugout. Giving chase is DeRazio, but he'll run out of room. It's 1-2. Welcome in, Meister. The 1-2 count. And Luis. The 1-2 count. Looking over his left shoulder towards second. Here's the pitch. Inside, hits him in the foot. Ball gets away. But it doesn't matter. The bases are loaded. That's a dead ball. And the manager for Italy's seen all he wants to see. Cervelli making a call on the phone, making sure who's ready. They're going to hold up for a second. Probably going to send DeRazio out there to buy him some time. Man, the bat boy that just came out of the dugout. I don't think there's many sports he could play effectively, but I'm thinking they could plug a nose tackle hole in the junior high there in Houston, Texas, man. That kid is big. Not necessarily a good kind of big, but he's big. I'm trying to think of that one guy that used to play for the Ravens. He would just sit there in the middle and not do a whole lot. You couldn't go around him. Are they going to stick with him? Okay, he's finally going to come out. I don't know what in the world all that was. Maldonado was coming to the plate. He's the number 9 hitter. You got the bases loaded. Puerto Rico trails by 3. One swing could change this in a hurry. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR. It's 4-1 Italy with Puerto Rico threatening. All here in the second inning.
Hey guys, what do you call 2 monkeys that share an Amazon account? Prime mates. I'll stay outside.
Charles Darwin was just 22 years old, clean-shaven, with a father who said he wouldn't amount to much when, December 27th, he set sail in HMS Beagle in 1831. Darwin became interested in natural science, leading to his position aboard the Beagle as a naturalist. The ship's mission was to survey the coasts of South America, setting up timekeeping stations. Over the nearly 5-year journey, Darwin went ashore as often as he could, recording observations, collecting specimens, and taking copious notes. In the Galapagos Islands, he noticed subtle differences among species of finches and tortoises on different islands, sparking ideas about adaptation and natural selection. Upon his return to England, aware of the controversy his ideas might ignite, Darwin only published works on geology. However, years later, when another naturalist, Alfred Russel Wallace, was going to present his own theory of evolution, Darwin, having all the notes and evidence, presented with him and finally published On the Origin of Species in 1859, setting up the debate between evolution and creationism that rages to this day.
Sometimes I'd like to make new friends, but then I realize anybody I have anything in common with probably also doesn't enjoy leaving their house, so I'll just stay on my phone.
The way the Cardinals played in the 80s came to be known as Whitey Ball, after their manager, Whitey Herzog. The approach actually had its roots in Herzog's 1970s Royals teams, who won 3 straight division titles late in the decade. But despite that success, after his 4th season in Kansas City, Whitey had a sense his days were numbered.
I knew the first time that I didn't win a division or get into playoffs, I'd be gone. 79, we finished 3 games out. I set an all-time attendance record, and I went hunting with George Brett on Monday, and he said, what do you think's going to happen? I said, well, I got a 10 o'clock in the morning, I got an appointment at the ballpark. I said, I'm going to get fired. So I got fired.
You're home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Alex Jacob, the right-hander, in for Team Italy, and he hits the very first batter, the number 9 hitter, Maldonado, and that's going to put a run on the board. It's 4-2 now, Italy with the lead, but Puerto Rico continues to move that line. Kind of a 3/4 delivery, almost sidearm, but not quite, from Jacob. First pitch on the way to Castro, who, remember, he clocked one over the left field wall his first time up. That was from the right side of the plate, as he is a switch hitter. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swing, chops it foul. It's 0-2. Jacob, saw him earlier in the WBC, San Diego Padre, 27-year-old, but looks, I mean, you see this kid, you'd be carding him for R-rated movies. I don't think he's shaving yet. The 0-2. Kicks and fires. Outside wide. 1-2. 1-2 count. Swing and a miss. Chased one down and away. Filthy changeup, 2 down. Big strikeout there. That'll bring the number 2 hitter, Nice to the plate, and he takes the first pitch upstairs for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Outside wide. Someone bringing up a pretty interesting topic about, didn't know that Italy was known for baseball players. Someone put together an all-time Italian is the 1-1, fouled off, it's 1-2. Italian-American baseball team. I mean, this team would hang with just about anyone. Is the 1-2. Swing, chops it over towards short. He's going to fire it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to end the inning. So they put one on the board, but Team Italy still leads it. We'll be back in a flash when we return. We'll talk about the Italian-Americans and an all-Puerto Rico team that I found.
Someone the other day told me just to go with my gut feeling. If I feel like something's right, do it. It is now approximately 8:30 in the morning, and I ended up with tacos and beer. And I'm not saying that I think this is a bad idea. I just don't know how we got here.
Dad?
Yeah.
What's wrong now?
Your mother added me to that family group texting thing, and I just got 47 text messages in the last 5 minutes. It's kind of bullshit.
Club, man.
What club? This club just means that I got to sit there and listen to 300 messages every 10 minutes. The last group of messages was about what time we're eating lasagna on Sunday.
Hey, man, that's just how group threads work.
Well, that's what I don't want to be part of. This play-by-play on your sister's cat throwing up is going to turn into a nightmare.
I mean, I just mute the conversation.
What, am I a ninja? You want me to mute 47 different people?
You just turn off your phone, then.
Well, that's not going to work.
Why not?
What if I missed the important text messages from your mother at Target showing me what glorious throw pillow she's found?
Yeah, is it a big deal if you miss Mom's text from Target?
Well, if I miss those texts from her, how am I supposed to know how to lie? I gotta pretend to be interested in the she's interested in, and if I miss the text messages, I won't have any idea what we're talking about. Welcome to being married.
Hey, I just want y'all to know, if y'all ever decide to make plans with me, if I have a 30-minute appointment scheduled for that day, that means that entire day is booked.
In late May of 1980, he's fishing in the Ozarks in Missouri, and Gussie Bush's office calls from St. Louis and wants him to manage the Cardinals.
He hadn't won since 1968, and he said he wanted one more time where the Clydesdales could run around Busch Stadium. He'd like another pennant winner, not necessarily World Series winner. I watched him play for 2 weeks, and I went to Gussie, and I point blank said, "You got overpaid prima donnas that are never going to win." Well, he said, "What do you want to do about it?" I said, "I want to tear it apart at speed. I want to change the philosophy." His answer was, "Do it."
Welcome back. All right, so we're going to do this from time to time throughout the season. Something new, we're starting trivia, but it's not always going to be just a trivia. It's more of just throwing questions out there at you and getting your opinion on things or your all-time favorites type of thing. So I thought this would be a good one to start with. It's the all-time Italian-American team is the first pitch on the way, lefty-lefty matchup. As we begin the bottom of the second inning, it's 0-1. Italy 4, Puerto Rico 2. So this is a pretty good list. Is he 0-1? Takes some fires, swing and a miss. It's 0-2. I don't know why this guy doesn't have Babe Ruth listed on here. I don't have time to read his article, but whatever. We're putting Babe Ruth on the team. We put him in right field for the all-Italian-American team. I mean, anybody nicknamed the Big Bambino, you got to put him on the team. What are we doing? The 0-2 count. Outside, high and wide. Sam Antonashi walked and scored a run his first time up. The time tying the game 1-1. It's 4-2 right now. So out in right field, we're going with Babe Ruth, and in center field, obviously Joe DiMaggio, as we've already mentioned him, is the 1-2. Caught looking strike three. Smacked the bender on the outer track, one away. And in left field, Tony C. from the Boston Red Sox. You remember him, his career was cut short because of that pitch to the face, and he was never the same again. But at one point, he was one of the best young players in the game in the 60s. His first pitch is down and into Sagasi. It's 1-0. Behind the plate, there is nobody better. No one's ever done it better. Yogi Berra. They got Joey Votto at first, Craig Biggio at second, and Scooter, Phil Rizzuto at short, Ron Santo at third. 1-1 count is Sagasi. Fights off that pitch. And then the pitching staff is interesting. I'm sure you could mix and match a ton of them, but they've got John Smoltz. I guess he has Italian heritage. Wasn't aware of it. Justin Verlander, same. Andy Pettit, I did know that. And John Franco in the bullpen is the 1-1. Fouls it back, it's 1-2. And then, of course, Raleigh Fingers, and then the great Dave Righetti as well. They have other honorable mentions on here. You got Roy Campanella is the 1-2. Swing, lifts it over towards the left field side. That's going to rip through the infield, and it's going to be a one-out single for Team Italy. Here's a couple interesting names. So you got Anthony Rizzo at first, Tony Lazzara at second, Larry Boa at short, Joe Torre at third. And I know most people know him as a manager, but he was a hell of a ball player too. Matt Holliday, Dante Bichette, and the pitching staff gets pretty deep when you had Frank Viola. I guess Garrett Cole. Now that I did not know is the pitch on the way, 92-mile-an-hour fastball across the chest of Jacob Marcy. It's 0-1. Guys that made his list, but he didn't put on a first or second team as they flip it over to first. Mark Teixeira. And Jason Giambi. I mean, at one point, that dude, I don't know how legal what he was doing, but he was clocking that ball. Paul Konerko, Dom DiMaggio, he always gets overlooked because of his brother. He had a pretty good career, the 0-1 down and away, 1-1. Ralph Branca, Jim Fregosi. Man, if nothing else, you're going to have a hell. Kim Caminiti. Nothing else, you're going to have a hell of a managing and coaching room on that team. 1-1 count, swing, fouls it away. 1-2. Now, as far as Team Puerto Rico, their team's just as impressive. 1-2 count, runner at first, 1 out. Swing, lifts it into center field, and that's going to drop down for a base hit. And the outfielders, center and left, almost collide into each other. Ramos and Lugo had a stutter step out of each other's way. We'll have runners at first and third on the corners and 1 out. Good hustle there by Sagasi going first to third. That was almost a very dangerous collision out there. And Molina's had enough of this. It looks like he's going to go get the ball. He is. We'll be back in a flash. 4-2 your score. We'll hit up Team Puerto Rico when we come back. It's a 2-run game, and a big spot here is Vinny P. He is lumbering to the plate.
Bad news for e-cigarette users. You look stupid.
Have you ever been so frustrated with the lack of direction at your job that you just wanted to quit? That is exactly what happened to Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser. Hal Newhouser had a 17-year Hall of Fame career filled with lots of accolades. After he retired, he returned as a scout for the Orioles, the Indians, the Tigers, and the Astros. He was responsible for discovering Milt Pappas, who went on to win 209 games, and Dean Chance, who won the Cy Young in 1964. Prior to the 1992 draft, he went to the Astros and told them to select Derek Jeter with the first overall pick and pay him whatever he wanted. The Astros would ignore his advice and instead go with Phil Nevin, who didn't necessarily have a bad career, but he never came close to the career Jeter had. 5 picks later, the Yankees would draft Jeter, and we all know how that turned out. Rookie of the Year, 5 World Series rings, 14-time All-Star, and over 3,400 hits. The day after the draft, Hal Newhouser quit the Astros, ending a career of more than 50 years in professional baseball. One can only imagine how much this would have changed the course of history if the Astros had not ignored his advice. And how scary of an infield would the Astros have had with Biggio, Bagwell, and Jeter.
I don't know which parents need to hear this right now, but your kids are absolutely throwing your spoons away.
So Whitey had a vision for the Cardinals and a plan to get the job done. He took himself temporarily out of the dugout late in 1980 to take over as the team's general manager. And a few months later, the White Rat would send the baseball world into a frenzy at the winter meeting.
I got down to Dallas about 6 o'clock, and he comes bursting through the door and he says, "Where you been? I got trades to make." And by 6 o'clock the next morning, he'd made an 11-player deal with San Diego to get Raleigh Fingers, and that was only the beginning.
Following day, Herzog strikes a trade with the Cubs to get Bruce Sutter. He has, at least for a few days, what he calls the greatest bullpen ever.
So now I've got 2, and if I can do 1 or 2 more things by the time I leave here, I think the general manager has done his job, and then if the manager don't screw it up, we'll be all right.
And then everyone's thinking, well, what's Whitey going to do? You know, he's not going to be able to keep both these guys happy. They both want to close the game.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. 4-2 your score. We're here in the second inning. Slow moving ball game because there hasn't been a whole lot of pitching. Lefty-lefty matchup. Vinny P standing at the plate. First pitch on the way. Up top, right across the chest. First strike. It's 0-1. The team for all-time team Puerto Rico, I mean, it starts and stops with Roberto Clemente out in the outfield. You put him in right, and Carlos Beltran in center is the 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. And then in left, or you'd probably put Bernie Williams, but you could also go Juan Gonzalez. He'd probably be your DH. Bernie with a much better glove. The 1-1, high and out of the zone, 2-1. Of course, Bernie turned into a hell of a jazz guitarist in his retirement. He tours and has sold several albums. The 2-1 count. Swing and a miss. Blew the 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Rivera bringing it. And it's a 2-2 count. Deuces wild 2 on a 2-2 count. 4-2 your score, bottom of the second. Cagney and Lacey stands on deck. In the hole, Canzoni on deck. The pitch on the way. Whoa, just off the plate. I mean, just missed it. Full count. Looked like it might have kissed the zone. I don't think Vinny was taking it. I think he was just surprised by it. He couldn't pull the trigger. The 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew it right by him on the outer edge. Might have actually been a touch off the plate. Runner at first took off and has second stolen with ease, but there are 2 down. Maldonado didn't have a chance to throw out the runner. Really good jump. In the infield, I mean, you talk about it doesn't get much better than this behind the plate. You want to put Pudge Rodriguez or Yadier Molina back there. First pitch is outside, high and wide. Just want to know. I guess it depends on if you want a guy that can lead your pitching staff or a guy that's going to do steroids. The second baseman, Roberto Alomar, not too shabby, is the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Canzoni now 1-1. Roberto Alomar at second. He can spit at the umpires for you. Orlando Cepeda would be your first baseman, and Edgar Martinez at third. Javier Baez most likely would be the shortstop of choice. They don't have anybody else listed, only from the modern era. Oh, no, Francisco Lindor. I'm not saying Francisco Lindor, once again from the modern era. Carlos Correa, for that matter. The 2-1 pitch, down and away, 3-1. Javi Baez would be a heck of a piece off the bench. And talk about a piece off the bench. Is there any better piece off the bench in October than Kike Hernandez? 3-1 count. Runners at second and third, 2 outs. They'll be off at the crack of the bat. Here's the pitch. Outside wide, ball 4. So Canzone will head on down to first. And Molina's going out there. And Yadier Molina, I don't know if you'd call this over-managing, but he has definitely got his finger on the pulse of his team. Probably talking to him about the fact you've got Fisher on deck. Caglione is standing at the plate. So it's going to be another lefty-lefty tough matchup. They've got a lot of left-handers back-to-back here in the lineup. John wanted this earlier, so we'll go ahead and hit it. Jack Caglione, 6'4", 250-pounder, out of Tampa, Florida. Played his college ball in Florida and drafted by the Royals in the first round, number 6 pick overall in 2024. Lefty-lefty matchup. As Cagney and Lacey digs in. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Rivera comes set. Big Ed Rivera brings it. First pitch right there is a P at the knees for a strike, 97 miles an hour. It's 0-1. They have Eduardo Rivera listed at 6'7", 230 pounds, 22 years old. He might not be done growing. The pitch on the way is check swing foul down the line. They don't have him listed. They don't have a bio on him. If he's not playing for anybody, some scouts better get on this kid. It's strange that they don't have him listed for anything. The 0-2 count. Brings it. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Pounds his chest and heads to break. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR Radio Network. 4-2, Italy leads Puerto Rico.
Who else downloaded TikTok thinking, hey, I won't get addicted to it? Well, that was a lie.
Irish people, avert your eyes. There's a potato shortage. Not again. This is the worst news to hit Ireland since the last potato shortage. And before that, we didn't have any bad news. Why is there a shortage of potatoes? It's because of the weather. People wonder why all we talk about is the weather. It's because if the weather does not look favourably upon Ireland, there's no potatoes. And without potatoes, historically, we don't do that well. Without potatoes, all Ireland is a random, useless island with a load of tech companies' headquarters on it. I'm calling on Google and Apple to sort this the out.
I remember Whitey grabbing him and dragging him down off the field and the booing. Gary's a good friend and he straightened himself out a long time ago. But when that happened, he had to go.
I promised Gussie that he wouldn't be on the team the next year, but I wanted to give me a chance to see what I could do.
1981 would end up being an odd year for the Cardinals, and all of baseball for that matter, when the players' strike interrupted the middle of the season for almost 2 months. A unique resolution was put into effect for the season, a resolution that somehow left the Cardinals outside of the playoff, despite having the best overall record in the National League East.
When the strike was called and lasted for so long, the brain trust in Major League Baseball decided to turn the season into 2 halves. Well, overall record, we had the best record, but we didn't finish first in either so-called half.
I was angry. I'm sure we all were kind of angry, saying, hey, wait a minute, we had the best record in the National League East, and we're not in the playoffs.
But that was the breaks. We didn't go, and that just kind of set the tone for us coming the next spring training in '82.
Welcome back. 4-2 your score. Puerto Rico's turn now, trailing by only 2. Big strikeout there to end that inning. Ed Rivera, man, I'm telling you, someone needs to go out and get him. I don't know how he's not on a team. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, swung on and chopped by Arenado. He'll be out on a 6-3 put out, 1 away. Thank you, Jason Up and Adams. Appreciate the channel supporters. The first pitch on the way to DeLuca is upstairs for a strike, high and tight. Carlos Cortez, the batter. It's 0-1. The 0-1 righty-lefty matchup. Brings it outside wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. 4-2 your score. We got the doubleheader today, so the late game tonight is at 9 p.m. is the 1-1. Right there just kisses the inner track 1-2. Looked like a touch inside. Yeah, it was. They're showing they had the ABS technology, they're just not using it in the tournament. That was about 2 inches inside. Is the 1-2 from DeLucia. Misses 2-2. 9 o'clock tonight, you've got the Empire of Japan versus Venezuela. Ronald Acuna Jr. versus Shohei Ohtani. That ought to be a fun one. The 2-2 count. Swing rips it over to second. That's going to be an easy 4-3. 2 down. Two up, 2 down. 2 runs, 1 hit, no error for Puerto Rico. 4 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Team Italy. And the winners of the games today, they will play Monday night. We'll have the call here for that as well. First pitch is right there down the pipe for a strike to Rivera, righty-righty matchup. It's 0-1. 0-1. Outside wide, 1-1. 1-1 count. The pitch on the way. Outside wide, 2-1. Meister says there's no crying in baseball. Meister, you haven't been here when the Braves are 12 games out of first place. And they get down 5-0 in the first inning. There's a lot of crying going on in the chat. The 2-1 count. Swing, slaps it over towards second base. Line drive caught over there on the run by Antonashi, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We go to the bottom of the third, and a heck of a ball game. Puerto Rico and Team Italy going head-to-head with the right to face Japan or Venezuela.
Roger, at Cornell University, they have an incredible piece of scientific equipment known as the tunneling electron microscope. Now, this microscope is so powerful that by firing electrons, you can actually see images of the atom, the infinitesimally minute building block of our universe. Roger, if I were using that microscope right now, I still wouldn't be able to locate my interest in your problem.
How the do you blow that lead? God, I hate this team. How is it that a starting pitcher will go in there, pitch 6 scoreless innings, and then every time some hole gets up there in the 7th and starts serving up meatballs like he's working at a sub shop?
Hey, does anybody else feel angry as hell whenever somebody's in the kitchen at the same time as you?
Meanwhile, Herzog created another logjam on the roster when he signed free agent catcher Darryl Porter, who'd been an all-star for him in Kansas City. But the Cardinals already had an all-star and fan favorite behind the plate, future Hall of Famer Ted Simmons.
Ted Simmons was a terrific player, one of the great catchers of his era, who had a dynamic, charismatic personality, very popular.
My favorite player on the Cardinals of all time is Ted Simmons, and I only wanted to be a catcher in baseball, mostly because of Ted Simmons. He was my favorite guy on the Cardinals in the 70s.
Whitey's idea for keeping both catchers in the lineup was curious, to say the least. A solution that involved his star first baseman, Keith Hernandez.
His master plan was to put Teddy Simmons at first base. Hernandez, a Gold Glove first baseman, was going to be playing in left field at the start of games. That didn't sound right to me, but it sounded right to him, and he thought it would work for 6 innings. He'd change him back.
I mean, I thought he was crazy. I mean, he was going to weaken himself in 2 positions defensively. Ted eventually balked at it and put an end to it. So I guess Whitey had to make a decision.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Lefty-lefty matchup as Big Ed Rivera's back out there on the mound. High socks and all for Team Puerto Rico. First pitch on the way, high and out of the zone. Andrew Fisher, the batter. It's 1-0. 1-0. Delay here for a second. Not sure what this is about. It's the pitch comm thing. And we haven't had much of that in the WBC, only a couple of times. Hopefully, they got some new devices this year. Ordered some from Amazon. Quit getting those things off of Wish. I just have this vision that MLB ordered like several thousand of those that came in a trash bag on someone's doorstep. They just mailed them out to the different teams. It's the luck of the draw. It's got to be an issue, though, because I'd say the biggest reason why those things zip out on them is because they're fairly small electronic devices, and they set them in the sweatband of their hat. So they're testing out the pitch comm device now. The lefty-lefty matchup. Back to it. A 1-0 count to Fisher. Pitch on the way. Down and away. 2-0. I was thinking about this the other day when a friend of mine said, you know, baseball hasn't changed much in the entire time it's been created. With the rules that we use today is the 2-0 pitch swing, pops it up. That thing is going to bring rain. High, right field side, and making the catch out there in right field is Cortez. He bails out the second baseman, Castro. He overran that thing, and he's fortunate that Cortez saw it, makes the play. F9 in your scorecard, foul territory. 1 down, excuse me. Rivera and Castro had overran it, and Cortez had almost overran it, had to dive back towards the foul line. Pitch on the way is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. And then, as he's telling me that, I said, you know, I can defeat that theory in about one sentence. He goes, what are you talking about? Is he 0-1? Swing, lifts it high and deep into right field. Just before the warning track, Cortez back out there making the catch. 2 down. So you said it hasn't changed at all, but if you bring someone back from the past and tell them that the pitch comm device isn't working and it may get me in trouble with the pitch clock, which could force a bad throw, but I can always challenge on the ABS system. As the pitch up top for a ball misses, it's 1-0. God forbid I have to beat one out and we go to the replay in New York as the 1-0 pitch swing, slaps it over towards short, sliding, fired it over to first. It's a 6-3 attempt. It'll be an infield single, but man, that was a pretty play there by Ernaiz. So anyways, my point was it hadn't changed much until about the last 10 years when they started putting all the technology in, which I still think is for the better. That was a nifty sliding. You know who used to do that really well back in his prime was Dansby Swanson. He used to be able to slide and spin and fire it to first and get most guys down the line. Back to the top of the order, Antanashi. Coming to the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Lefty-lefty matchup, showing bunt. The runner goes there, and the throw comes down to second base, and it is a stolen base. Good lead out of the gate there by Nori, and he's standing at second. 2 outs, runner in scoring position. There's no way Antanashi was really going to bunt there. He had to just been doing it to distract the catcher. Because there's 2 outs and you're not going to put it. He was literally showing a sack bunt. The 0-1. Down below the knees. 1-1. So a 1-1 count, little gamesmanship. Rivera comes set, his 24th pitch of the outing, and that's down and in 2-1. Italy 4, Puerto Rico 2. We're in the bottom of the third. Still a long way to go here. Single elimination the rest of the way. They're trying to punch their ticket to Monday night. And they'll be heading to Miami, where the semis and the finals are. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 96 on the outer edge. 2-2. Time is called real quick. You got a 2-2 count, runner at second, 2 outs. The 2-2 infield back into the right. 3 seconds on the pitch clock. Here we go. The pitch down and away. Ball 3. So a full count now. Runner at second. So doesn't affect the runner there. The 2-2, or the 3-2, excuse me. 4-2 your score. The payoff pitch, swing, fouls it away. Okay, so I finally got some information on Eduardo Rivera. I guess he just hasn't made any appearances, so he doesn't have any information on the MLB, but he's a 22-year-old pitching prospect for the Boston Red Sox. So we missed out on that one. The payoff pitch, swing, pops it up. Out and away. I was about to say, if somebody doesn't have this kid in their organization, AA needs to be on a plane right now heading to Houston. The payoff pitch, swing, lifts it into center field, not very high, not very deep, underneath it, making the catch. The easy catch is Lugo, and that'll end the inning. So nothing doing for Italy. Puerto Rico's turn when we return. They trail by 2 here in the WBC.
December 26th, the first Battle of Trenton was fought in 1776. The snowstorm made crossing the Delaware difficult, but now would help mask the approach of 2 colonial columns from the north, one led by Washington, the other General Sullivan, needed since it was now 8 a.m. well past dawn. American troops surprised a Hessian guard post, firing the first shots. The Hessian garrison, led by Colonel Johann Rall, was caught off guard. Their soldiers were exhausted from recent skirmishes and holiday celebrations. Contrary to legend, they were not drunk, but Rall himself had been fatigued and may not have adequately prepared a defense. The battle's turning point came when the Americans positioned their artillery on high ground, commanding the streets of Trenton. Hessians' attempts to rally were met with devastating fire, and after fierce street fighting, Rall was mortally wounded. Of the 1,500 Hessians, 22 were killed, 83 wounded, and nearly 900 captured, while the Americans only suffered 2 dead and a few wounded. Had Colonel Cadwalder gotten his group across the river to the south, perhaps no Hessians would have escaped. Instead, they stopped the colonial advance along a creek south of town before escaping. Still a much-needed victory for Washington.
Ted eventually balked at it and put an end to it, so I guess Whitey had to make a decision.
The decision was to solve his dilemmas in the bullpen at catcher by way of a single blockbuster deal with the Milwaukee Brewers.
I said, you guys want to win a pennant? Well, how would you like Ted Simmons, and Vukovich, and Finger?
Part of Herzog's genius, he wanted to move those 3 big guns out of the National League where they couldn't hurt him.
One of the players he did hold on to for the 1981 season was his shortstop, Gary Templeton, a talented but volatile all-star who'd end up at the center of an infamous incident in August.
Templeton had been nursing a hamstring injury, and Whitey said, don't run real hard if you don't have to.
Templeton fails to hustle on a play, and as he's coming off the field, the St. Louis crowd lets him hear it,
He was walking back to the dugout, and I picked up his glove, was going to hand it to him, and I saw him flip the fans off.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Four to 2 your score as we head to the top of the fourth inning. 2 runs, 1 hit, no errors. For Team Puerto Rico, 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors. For Team Italy, Puerto Rico back to the bats. Ramos, San Francisco Giant, Helio Ramos takes one right there. Down below the knees for ball, it's 1-0. Probably not a household name, but Helio Ramos has put together a pretty good career out there in San Fran as the 1-0. Fouls it straight back, 1-1. One of the more underrated outfielders in Major League Baseball. The 1-1, swing, fouls it back. 1-2. Last 2 years, he's hit over 20 home runs for San Fran, 22 and 21 respectively. And his RBI total right at 70 in both years is the 1-2, down and in, 2-2. We'll swipe a few bags for you. 6 stolen bases a year. Batting average around 255 lifetime, and his OPS is well over 700 is the 2-2. Swing, fouls it back, we'll do it again. Good base runner. Solid fielder, typically plays left field. Doesn't have the strongest arm, but really good glove man. If you're familiar with that San Francisco Giants canyon that they play in that outfield, it takes some athletic ability to play out there. The 2-2. Swing, fouls it back, we'll do it again. So I think one of the most underrated signings of the entire offseason was him going out and getting Harrison Bader, because they're going to allow him to play center. They're going to put Jung-Ho Lee in right and Ramos in left. And that's pretty athletic outfield. 2-2 down and away, ball 3-3-2. So a full count now. Puerto Rico trying to work their way aboard. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one well off the plate. I know you'd like to have that swing back. One away. As has been quite a bit in this World Baseball Classic, walks have been the name of the game today. 6 total walks so far, and a lot of that's got to do with the umpires have just been pinching the zone. Eddie Rosario, the batter, takes the first pitch outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Speaking of a walk, he walked his first time up on 5 pitches. The 1-0. Swing, rattles it foul. 1-1. He is not yet signed with anybody. Eddie Rosario, if you're wondering, is the 1-1 pitch, swing, chops it over towards second. It's going to be underhanded, 4-3, 2 down. I would have guessed that he was much older than this. Eddie Rosario will be 35 late this year, so he's 34 years old. It just seems like he's been around so long in Major League Baseball. My guess would have been 37, 38, somewhere in that neighborhood. Righty-righty matchup as DeLucia takes the first pitch high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Minus 8,000 or plus 8,000? 1-0. Right there for a strike. 1-1. Then he swings at everything. I was surprised he walked that last time. 1-1 count, high and inside. 2-1. I'll never forget him ending the Braves season against the Phillies in the playoffs a few years back, where he comes to the plate, the bases loaded, And just the first pitch is well out of the zone. He pops it up and ended the season as the 2-2 off the swing and a miss. Lugo the batter, DeLucia the right-hander, so a righty-righty matchup. The 2-2 swing, slaps it over towards second base. That's going to get under the glove of the diving attempt of Antanashi, and Lugo is on. Keep the inning alive. Martin Maldonado, the batter. First pitch is inside. For a ball, it's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0. Number 9 hitter for Puerto Rico takes the strike upstairs. Top shelf 1-1. 1-1 count. They thought about challenging over there as there was a toss over to first base, but it was nowhere. That wasn't even close as the 1-1 pitch. Swing, swatted towards left. Just before the warning track, right before the wall, making out the catch out there is Nori, and that'll end the inning. So they put one on, but can't get him across. We'll be back in a flash. It's Italy's turn. Heart of the order due up when we are back.
The other day, I went to a steakhouse for a friend's birthday, and she ordered a steak, and the waitress goes, "How do you want your cow cooked?" I'm like, that's a weird way to order it, but whatever. So she asked my friend, "How do you want your cow cooked?" My friend says, "I want it medium rare," or something like that. And so then I wasn't in the mood for a steak. I wanted a hamburger. I'd been craving a hamburger. So I order, the cheeseburger. And she goes, "How do you want your cow cooked?" And I kind of awkwardly look at my friend because I was like, I feel really embarrassed. Do I point out that it's not cow? A hamburger is a pig. Everyone knows ham comes from pig. So I joked back. I was like, well, I want my pig cooked, well done. You're not supposed to eat pork uncooked. Everybody knows that. That's why it's always been super weird to me that people will get red in the middle on their burgers. And so she looks back at me and she goes, "You mean your cow?" And I'm like, I don't know how to have this conversation right now. I'm not a teacher. I don't know how to educate you kindly. And I was like, sure, my cow. But it was so bizarre. I'm like, how do you not know? It's literally in the name. It's a hamburger. There's no hope for the world.
As the 1981-82 offseason got underway, Whitey Herzog's top priority as GM was to find a taker for his shortstop, Gary Templeton, and to his stunned delight, he got a call from a club he talked to the year before about a replacement he saw as an absolutely perfect fit.
Dick Williams was the manager of San Diego, and he said, "Are you still interested?" Templeton for Ozzie Smith. I about fell off the seat. He would dive for balls, spit up and throw people out. The only thing I didn't realize was Ozzie had a no-trade contract. Well, I flew to San Diego.
Whitey, when he came to recruit me, said that if you come and play for us, there's no reason that we can't win at all. That was very, very special for me. And so I came here and my life changed.
Your home for the classic call, Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back, Sagasi, and the Team Italy leads Team Puerto Rico 4-2. We're in the bottom of the fourth. A slow-moving game so far. A lot of offense. And big left-handers back out there for Team Puerto Rico. Eduardo Rivera fires the first pitch inside to Sagasi. Lefty-righty fists it back foul. It's 0-1. 0-1. Swing, pops it back. Foul and out of play, 0-2. So his fastball is riding in between 95 and 97. He's dropping that change in. About 7-8 miles slower is the 0-2 pitch. High and out of the zone, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 away. Came in with the high heat. First pitch is right there on the outer edge to Jacob Marcy, lefty-lefty. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Rivera fires a bender in the dirt, looked like the slider. That'll even it up. As he shoots a snot rocket off the the cameraman caught that one. 1-1 count. Right there on the outer edge. 2-1. The 2-1. Ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Pitch on the way. Right there, 94 at the knees, 3-2. Marcy kind of bounced on that one because he knew he probably should have swung at it. Hamburg, Germany is what I would always heard. PETA. That's where hamburger came from. I'm assuming that they were one of the first to make it. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him 95 on the outer edge, 2 down. This kid Rivera's got good stuff. I don't know if he's going to be in that pen out in Boston this year, but he's coming for sure. Vinny Pasquantino, the batter. First pitch is a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. I remember them saying that is the 0-1 pitch. Swing, fouls it away. It's 0-2. I guess there is a Hamburg, New York, probably named after Germany, and there was a theory that it was named after some fair there in the 19th century. I've heard that one, but that's always been debunked. From my understanding, it was always from Hamburg, Germany. The 0-2 count, high and inside, 1-2. Usually most of these types of things are named from the origin of which it came. The 1-2. Swing, fouls away. Like the Earl of Sandwich. People still aren't sure if that story's even true, but if you know the story of the Earl of Sandwich, the reason why we call sandwich a sandwich. Makes for a good story. It's kind of like the Doubleday myth of baseball. Did 1-2 outside wide? Did he go around? Didn't look like he did. They checked. He did not. That was strange. The home plate umpire motioned down to the third base umpire, like it was like he was checking his swing. And so maybe there's a language barrier, But wouldn't any third base umpire know what you were referring to if you just pointed down there? I've never seen them have to actually mime a bat swing. The 2-2 pitch inside. That ball actually looked like it might have gotten the zone, but the catcher was set up on the outside. The pitch came to the inside, and it bounced off of Maldonado's glove. In fact, it did hit the zone. Very difficult to get the call on that. And if he did, Vinny P might be standing at first inning because that ball rolled away far. The payoff pitch, outside wide, ball 4. So Vinny B will head on down to first.
She's sitting up there talking about
Runner at first, 2 outs. Lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Runner goes, throw down to second base. And Vinny P's in there with a stolen base. Not really known for his speed. Pascatino got a great jump. The 28-year-old. Who's had just 1 stolen base in the last 2 years, steals second to get into scoring range, scoring position. The 1-0 count. Inside. That one was called for a strike. Missed the plate about 2 inches. It's 1-1. That time they were set up a little more inside, so he got the call. Dominic Calzone, 3 for 14 in the series of the home runs. 1 for 1 today with a single and a walk. An RBI, the 1-1 pitch, down and away. 2-0. Canzone, the Seattle Mariners' pride and joy. Saw quite a bit of him last October. The 2-1 pitch. Check swing, went around 2-2. Slider well off the plate. So he's got that change in slider and fastball mix. And on a 2-2 count, I think if you're Canzone, you got to be wary of him hitting you with that outside gas. You got to sit on the fastball, but he could go to the other 2 with ease. So he's had good control of all 3. The 2-2. Eduardo brings it in the dirt, 3-2. Full count now. Rivera at 51 pitches. I don't know what his actual limit is. He's thrown 22 this inning, his personal limit. And he comes across as a reliever just because of just a 3-pitch mix and the high velocity. But you have to figure right now, if you're Molina, is the payoff pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? He did not. Ball 4. And he'll head on down to first at first and second and 2 outs. If you're Molina, you can do 1 or 2 things here. You kind of stick with him and realize if you go much longer, he's done for the rest of the tournament. Or B, it looks like he's going to come and bring him out, and he could possibly give you an inning either Monday or Tuesday if you advance that far. Molina's going to go ahead and get him. The youngster does look like he's a bit gassed. 4-2 your score. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR. Italy leads Puerto Rico in the WBC 2026 edition. Welcome back. Cagney and Lazy. Jack Caglione comes to the plate. He'll face the right-hander, Quinones. The first pitch is down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. It's really interesting that he went to the right-hander versus Cags, the left-handed power hitters. They're going to flip it over to second base real quick to keep Vinny P close by. Luis Quinones, to me, that's a wasted type of move because with 2 outs, he's going to be running on contact anyways. I don't think Vinny P's going to get far enough off. And you risk the chance of throwing that ball into the outfield as the 0-1, down and in, 1-1. If the ball gets down in the outfield, in all likelihood, unless he trips or something, Vinny P's going to come home and score. And 1-1 count. Sometimes these pitchers are doing it nowadays just to reset the pitch clock. The 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. Two on, 2 out, a 2-1 count. Italy leads by 2. We're in the bottom of 4. The 2-1 pitch. Better get rid of it. The pitch on the way is inside. 3-1. That was really close to the pitch clock. You just have to start your motion. You don't have to actually let go of the ball, but you have to get your motion started before it hits 0. He is taking every bit of it. The 3-1, outside wide, ball 4. That's going to load the bases. Fisher will come to the plate. And here comes the micromanaging of Puerto Rico. Once again, they're out there talking to the pitcher again. Andrew Fisher, 21-year-old out of Brick, New Jersey. I guess if you're from somewhere called Brick, you decided to play baseball, not basketball, right? That's a bad moment. Played his college ball in Tennessee for the Volunteers, which means he would have been playing for the new skipper out in San Francisco. When was he drafted? In the 2025 draft, number 1 overall. So he's got himself a national title ring. First pitch on the way is high and out of the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 count. Brings it. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Italy 4, Puerto Rico 2. You're just joining us. 5 runs scored total in the first inning. 1 by Puerto Rico, 4 by Italy. The 1-1 fouls it back. It's 1-2. been fairly quiet since then. Puerto Rico added a run in the second. There has been a lot of ducks on the pond all game long. Walks and everything else is the WBC has become known for. Italy has walked 7 times themselves. Puerto Rico has drawn 2. 1-2 count. Puerto Rico, their fans are on their feet. The wind up in the pitch from Quiñones. Swing! That ball's hammered into right field. Getting up. And it went over the wall, caught by a fan, but I don't think that's going to be a home run. I think he robbed it. And I think that guy's about to be asked to leave the building. He Jeffrey Mayered it, if y'all know what that is. So it'll most likely be a ground rule double, which would make it 6-2. He looks confused. He's got a Team USA hat on. I don't know if he actually cares who wins the game. He's got it on backwards, and then one of those T-shirts that has all the teams. Looks like fan interference will be called, which would make it 6-2. Still something to celebrate. Usually they kick the fan out. We'll see what they do here. And he hammered that ball. For those of y'all listening on radio, the right fielder out there, Cortez, had no chance of getting to it. But he instantly pointed to the fan because the fan's glove went over. It was actually a pretty nice catch by the fan because it was a backhanded catch over the wall. He is so embarrassed right now. He's hiding, and I think he's getting the call from there's a pitch right there for a strike. It's on one. They might just be warning him, so they might actually be doing a solid for him. 0-1 right there for a strike. It's 0-2. An 0-2 count. I've seen a few ways that they do that. So sometimes they'll kick a guy out and they'll say, "Hey, you can't interfere," and they're not going to arrest him or anything like that. They're not going to, but he just has to be gone for the game. The other thing they'll do is they'll make him move. So in other words, you had a really good seat. Now your ass going up to the nosebleeds if you want to stay. It's the 0-2 down the way 1 and 2, and that to me is fair. Because what's stopping this guy again from doing the same thing later in the game? 1-2 count, runners on second and third, as it was a grounds rule double. So 2 RBIs there for Fisher as he stands at second and Kaggs at third. The 1-2 outside wide, 2-2. DeRazio at the plate, and Nori, the number 9 hitter, on deck. The 2-2. Pitch on the way, swing, lifts it down the right field line, bending, and that ball's going to bounce into the seats, and it's going to be a fair ball, and that's a grounds rule double. And it's 8-2. DeRazio coming through for Team Italy. So back-to-back grounds rule double. That clears up what the gentleman did out there in the right over the right field wall. Because honest engine with 2 outs, at least 2 runs were going to score on that play anyways. And even if Cortez played that ball off the wall perfectly, they've got a soft outfield wall out there. I think there's very little chance that Fisher's not standing at second. And that's going to do it for Quiñones. He gone. He can go out there and sit with that other guy. He was awful. We'll be back in a flash. Still in the 4th inning. Good Lord. Thank God tonight's game doesn't start until 9.
She's sitting up there talking about I wasn't romantic enough.
That's petty.
Exactly. I was like, I'm not romantic. I ate 6 cookies out of your ass. So I don't give a what she was talking about. I don't know where it was.
You what?
Name the least annoying fan bases according to 1,000 surveys.
Orioles.
They are number 3 on the list.
Let's go with Cardinals.
No. I'll say one of these are a little surprising to me.
Do you find them annoying?
Personally, no. But I think that there is a particular fan base that would.
Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays are number 5 on this list.
I have no problem with them. You have no problem with them. We know some people that do. Giants.
They are not on the list.
Damn it. We're going to keep going. The Rockies.
The Rockies are number 4 on this list.
That. The Royals?
The Royals are number 2 on the list.
Mariners.
The Mariners are number 1 on the list. Jolly Olive.
Let's go Seattle.
You know, Ozzie Smith could have been a gymnast. I mean, he was really a gymnast at shortstop. The best hands I've ever seen an infielder have. He developed a release that I think is probably unmatched history of the game as far as catch and throw.
I think pretty much everybody loved Ozzie Smith. I mean, he was the guy.
I don't think anybody ever will play the game any better defensively than Ozzie at shortstop. And that was kind of the glue that put the club together.
Oz would headline a cast of characters who'd grow to become beloved in St. Louis in 1982. There was also leadoff hitter Lonnie Smith, a.k.a. Skates, who led the NL with 120 runs scored. And then the surprise rookie sensation Willie McGee, who'd been acquired the year before.
Well, I think we don't win if we don't get Willie. Willie not only came in and sparked us offensively, but also with his glove. He was a tremendous fielder.
There's so much responsibility on the center fielder, especially in Old Busch Stadium, where center field was like 2 football fields. And no one ever looked better in baby blue than Willie McGee.
Welcome back. 8-2 your score, Team Italy. First pitch on the way is high and inside from the right-hander Cruz. It's 1-0. Bottom of the 4th, 8-2 Italy. And most baseball games you'd say, well, this thing's just about over. WBC baseball doesn't work like that. You can never count on the pitching coming out of the pen. The 1-0, swing and a miss, 1-1. So though Italy's in a very good spot here, it's far from over. The 1-1, swing and a miss, 1-2. Runner at second, 2 outs. Cruz, the big right-hander. By the way, speaking of big right-handers, Braves baseball is the 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. And check swing got away a little bit. They tossed it down to first, and that will end the inning. I don't know why the cameraman's fixated with the umpire. We'll be back in a flash. We'll talk about that. Something I noticed the other day, one of the baby Braves.
Guys, if you don't slow the down, I'm gonna kick your kneecaps in. I got tiny legs and a frozen margarita.
I'm passing the phone to somebody that always leaves her keys in the door.
I'm passing the phone to someone who never went to college.
Ow. Okay. I'm passing the phone to somebody who whispers cute things in her sleep.
I'm passing the phone to someone who will never be 6 foot.
Okay. I'm passing the phone to somebody whose feet stink, even after they shower. Huh? What's up with that? Huh?
I'm passing the phone to a 30-year-old that can't grow a beard.
Okay. I'm passing the phone to somebody who farts louder than a man.
Don't say stuff like that.
I thought we were doing compliments.
Do it again.
Okay, fine. I'm passing the phone to somebody who can eat a whole pizza. Wait, where are you going? I think it's impressive, honestly. I love that about you.
Maybe the most colorful character was righty Joaquin Andujar, who blossomed into an ace a year after coming over from the Astros.
Herzog talked to Bill Verdon on the Astros manager, and Verdon said, well, Whitey, he's got a live arm, but let me tell you something, this guy's out of his mind.
Brought a flair to our team. He was a fun guy to pick on in the clubhouse. You know, he was an easy target.
We knew he was deathly scared of snakes. So what do? You bring out snakes. It's one of those things that he loved because it made him feel a part of what we were doing.
The Cardinals would win 92 games and NL East title in 1982, stealing 200 bases along the way, with record crowds flooding Busch Stadium to catch the Redbirds winning with a style all their own.
It's hard to believe, but Cardinal fans in a way from the mid-70s through 1980 had almost become accustomed to mediocrity.
But once you start winning and once the fans, buy into what's going on, everybody wanted to be a part of it.
Thank you for listening, liking, and subscribing to Braves Country Radio. Welcome back. Eight to 2, Team Italy has taken a 6-run lead as we head to the top of the 5th inning. It's Team Puerto Rico's turn now. Two runs, 2 hits, no errors for Puerto Rico. Italy, 8 runs, 8 hits, no errors. A double snowman on the board for the Italians as the first pitch is right there for a strike. It's on 1. 0-1, outside wide, 1-1. Fantasy baseball draft is Tuesday, March 24th for Braves Country Radio. If anybody wants to join, we still have a few slots open. It's free to play. 1-1, swing, fouls it back. 1-2. I don't think he's in that, Pete. I was looking at the names. No, I don't see him. 1-2 count. Kicks and fires. Outside wide. 2-2. I don't even know if he's ever... I think he's only ever been in the football one, to be honest. The 2-2 pitch, swing, dribbles it up the middle. It's going to be a 6-3 put out. 1 away. Which Pookie? You're already in, PETA. I see you in his Team CN. I won't say what your team name is, but it's the one from last year. It's probably not something I should say over the air. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Lewis. 1-0. Swing, pops it back, foul. Lung wants to play. Okay. I need to get his, if you could send me his email, I can transfer or just send him an invite. 1-1 count. Swing, chops it over towards third. Fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. Nifty play over there at third by Fisher. Pretty good stretch over there by Vinny P. 2 down. It's going to be a wild scene if we end up with Italy versus Japan on, I guess that'd be Monday night in Miami. All the games going forward will be in Miami. This is the last one played in Houston. Pitch on the way to Arenado is down and away. It's 1-0. Not 100% sure. I have Iron One's email, so just send it to me, Peter. 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. 1-1 count. Still have room for one more, even counting one. The 1-1 pitch, swing, fouls it back. It's 1-2. 1-2 count. Brings it down below the knees, tried to get him to chase the changeup. That'll even up the count 2-2. Arenado standing at the plate, and Cortez, the cleanup hitter, is on deck. 2-2 pitch, swing, and chops it towards the hole, 5-6 hole. Making the diving stop out there is Sagasi, but he had no chance of getting Arenado once he came up with the ball, kind of juggled it around. So it'll be an infield single for Puerto Rico. With 2 outs. First pitch right there for a strike in the righty-lefty matchup to Cortez. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Fires it up there, and it's swatted foul down the left field line. Oh-2 count. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. Tosses the bat. Look back at the umpire. I don't know what he was looking back at the umpire for. He swung at it. That pitch was nowhere near the zone. We'll be back in a flash going to the bottom of the 5th. It's 8-2. Italy.
They were not kidding when they said that these cups are like weapons. All right, I bought myself upside the head. Almost got a concussion, all right? Don't mess with a woman carrying one of these.
Christmas night, December 25th, George Washington led one of the most daring attacks of the American Revolution in 1776. After months of retreat across New Jersey, Washington's army faced the grim reality of plummeting morale, with most enlistments ending January 1st. Desperate to salvage the cause, Washington resolved that bold action was their only chance, so he himself convinced many soldiers to give him just 2 more weeks. As with the defeats at Long Island and Manhattan, his plan was audacious and required tremendous coordination. Washington would again divide his forces. 3 groups were to cross the ice-choked Delaware River, converging on Trenton by 5 a.m. from different directions. While the famous painting of the event portrays a heroic scene, the reality was chaotic. Finding boats that would support horses and cannon proved difficult. A major winter storm rolled in, with freezing rain, snow, and strong river currents hampering progress. The soldiers, poorly clothed and many barefoot, suffered greatly, with some succumbing to the cold. The southern group couldn't get across the river, and the 2 that did were 3 hours behind schedule.
It just was different. Every other team played one way, and the Cardinals played a different way.
Drummer stealing home. He is safe, and the Cardinals win. Drummer stole home.
People were like, hey, we got something here. And that became Whitey ball.
We became what I call a blue-collar team. Give us 10 singles, we're going to entertain you.
Whitey Ball got the Cardinals into the playoffs, where in a best-of-5 NLCS, they'd meet Joe Torre's Atlanta Braves, a team with a more traditional approach to driving in runs.
They were good. They had Chambliss, they had Bob Horner, and Dale Murphy.
They didn't have any left-handed pitchers, and our lineup was pretty dominant left-handed or switch hitters. So, we knew if we could get past Negro, we'd have a pretty good shot.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Your score. Italy leads Puerto Rico. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Cruz, the right-hander, is back out there for another inning of work. Antonashi, top of the order for Team Italy. First pitch on the way is right there off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. One thing that I've noticed about Team Italy over, I'm not going to say none of the other teams do it, but the ones that we've covered, they are extremely patient at the plate, the 1-0. Outside wide 2-0. They've really taken advantage of the fact that the umpires are calling extremely tight zones, and the 2-0 pitch, swing, pops it up. Down the left field line, camping underneath it is Ramos, one away. But they've taken advantage of the fact that the umpires are calling these zones so tight. Sagasi takes the first swing at a pitch in the zone, comes out over the top. It's 0-1. You see that in the numbers of the walks. They did it to the U.S. the other night. And you put that many ducks on the pond and then somebody slams into one, the next thing you know, they've broken the game open. The 0-1. Right there, down below the knees, called for a ball, hit the zone. 1-1. Another example about the tight zones that we call. But it reminds me of the 1990s New York Yankees, Joe Torre's teams that were very patient at the plate as the 1-1 swing and a miss. It's 1-2. And they would make you, their whole goal was to get into your bullpen. And you would watch it over and over again. Like I remember watching these games in the 90s, and you'd be like, why in the world is the 1-2 swing and a miss? Chase one out of the zone there. They're going to flip it to first as the ball got away a little bit, 2 down. But you'd be sitting there wondering, like, why in the world doesn't anybody realize that these guys are just taking all these pitches and to be more aggressive, and nobody else was following their lead. Everybody else in baseball, it's one of the reasons why they won 4 in a row. Nobody else in baseball would do the same. You'd watch the Braves game, or not even just the Braves, anybody else, and they're swinging and hacking away. And to this day, I still think that is the biggest winning philosophy that can be taken away in today's game is the first pitch is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. It's so hard to pitch, and it's so hard to go out there inning after inning. If you have to labor for 20, 25 pitches in an inning, it takes a toll, especially in a 7-game series. The 1-0, outside wide, 2-0. When Tim Hyer came on for the Braves, I was hoping to see. I think we saw a little bit of a change towards the end. We'll see if he has a little bit more of a dramatic influence this year. But there are guys that are in that lineup. Is the 2-0 pitch is right down the pipe on the outer edge, 2-1. So, for instance, that pitch right there, if you're following along at home and watching on your screen, so many guys we've had in the past in Braves country, a 2-0 count in the fastball, that's a pitcher's pitch on the outside. You let him have that strike. The 2-1, swing, pops it back foul, 2-2. Because if he would have swung at that 2-0 pitch, even though it's a fastball, it was on the outer edge, most likely it's going to be a can of corn over by third. Hey, they're doing the wave here in Houston. It's pretty cool. I haven't seen that in a while. I mean, we see it in our chat all the time, but you don't see it in real life. The 2-2. Swing. And punches it over towards third. That'll be a soft line drive out. And Arenado, the Gold Glovesman, makes the play. We'll go to the 6th inning. Pretty fast-moving 5th. It's 8-2. Italy.
Hey, Hoochies, we about to try the Dr. Pepper coconut. Because y'all know my drink is Dr. Pepper Zero. So I was like, let's stop by the Tarjay and get that coconut. You can try it first. All right, try it. Ooh, it's good. Telling me lies because you know I would spit this mess out if it ain't. It's good. Oh, God, no. Wait a minute. It tastes familiar, but I can't like... It tastes like a tanning bed. It tastes like a tanning bed in that time I lived in that trailer with my mama.
Normalize answering questions with go yourself. They ask your age, go yourself. The cashier asks, oh, you bought one, do you want this other one for free? Go yourself. Hey, what's your favorite app to play?
In the first game, Braves led 1-0 in the 5th inning, and it rained.
The rain starting to come down again. With 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning, this is not an official game.
They waited a long time for it and didn't resume it, so the game was wiped out.
So that gave us a chance to regroup. And in regrouping, we went on and just did what we had done all year.
Take 2 of Game 1 would be a Cardinal blowout, with the veteran Bob Forsch going the distance for the shutout.
Kerr has it and throws. That's a St. Louis winner, 7-0.
Game 2 would be tied 3-3 in the bottom of the ninth when Ken Oberfeld came to the plate with a runner on second and a chance to win it.
They had first base open and Suter was hitting behind me. I wasn't sure if they were going to pitch to me or not. And Benedict, he was catching. I said, "You guys going to pitch to me?" He looked in the dugout and he goes, "Yeah, we're pitching to you." I said, "Okay."
Cardinals lead 2-0.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Laughed at that one too, John. Takes like a tanning bed that time I lived at the in a trailer at my mom's. That was so graphic and descriptive, like you could almost taste what she's talking about. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way is right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Any kind of coconut flavor. It's not like actual coconut. It's always reminded me of the tanning lotion because they're all coconut scent. The 0-1 swing fouls away. It's 0-2. Like you get an actual coconut cake, those are fine. But I don't like anything. I don't like a drink that's coconut flavored. I mean, unless it's rum, because at that point, who cares? The 0-2 count. Down and away. 1-2. If I'm drinking coconut rum, I'm on the water somewhere, or we're out of everything else, and I'm already knee-deep in trouble to begin with. The 1-2. Swing, lifts it. High and deep into left field, camping underneath it. Right in front of the mini green is Nori, F7 in your scorecard. On the way. Sun's starting to peek through the windows out there in left field, so there might, I don't think there's much of an issue there because it is to their back. But you do wonder if there could be a little bit of an issue here. What are we at? We're at 5:20, so 4:20 local time there. The pitch on the way is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Probably not a ton of games that are played at that time in Houston. Is the 1-0. Outside wide, 2-0. 2-0 count. Yeah, German chocolate cake is phenomenal. The 2-0. Man, I haven't thought of Parrot Day. Oof. I might have to go find a trash can real quick. The 3-0 count. In fact, there was an incident with the 3-0. Right there at the knees, 3-1. Ramos trying to work his way aboard. Puerto Rico trailing by 6. I remember we were in high school, and the 3-1 pitch, right there, got him on the outer edge, full count. And me and my buddies, when we would leave out on Fridays at a high school in our senior years, the 3-2 swing pops it up high in the sky. It's going to be an F9 your scorecard, lazy fly ball, 2 down. We would always play what we call beat the clock, which means we would get out of the parking lot around 2:30 in the afternoon. And our buddy that had just gotten off work, he was a year in front of us, so he had already graduated. He'd be out there in his one of the old red LeBarons in the early 90s. He'd be out there in that red LeBaron as the first pitch on the way. He swung on it, swatted back foul. Eddie Rosario, the batter, it's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. And he would always have some kind of booze out there in a cooler in the back seat. The 0-1. Swing. Pops it back foul. Out of play. It's 0-2. And I remember there was a Friday where some kind of I guess it was a home ec class or something that one of our buddies was in. It may not have been home ec, but it was something where he had to bring a cake to school. Is the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. That'll end the inning. I'll tell you that story when it comes back. It's pretty funny. 8-2 your score. Will go to the bottom of the sixth. Team Italy leading by 6.
Straight people are getting too comfortable. I said what I said. Some things are not yours to talk about, joke about, or say.
No, I was comfortable, and I have to get up to talk about this. All right, so the example you use in your description is stray folks using the word twink, right? My cousin, that man gets filled up more than my truck does. Dude's a puff pastry. Love him to death, but I call him a twink every time I see him. On the other side, I got a buddy with a wife and 3 kids. I call him a twink too. Admittedly, he doesn't take it as well. Now I want to make this clear. Your feelings are valid. I just don't care about them. The nifty thing about life is if people don't like each other, you don't have to hang out with one another. However, the constant need to be liked mixed with the constant need to be right has led to unchecked narcissism.
December 1st, 1763, an unknown lawyer named Patrick Henry rose to prominence in the Twopenny case. The Anglican Church was the official religion of Virginia, and clergy were paid by the colony in the form of 16,000 pounds of tobacco per year. The king approved this law, thus only the king could change it. Instead, the colonial legislature passed the Two Pennies Act, forcing ministers to be paid in less valuable colonial cash at 2 pennies per pound of tobacco owed, a 2/3 loss in pay. Ministers around Virginia were suing and winning in court, including local minister Parson Murray. At the damages hearing, the sheriff was expected to be hit with a huge fine for not collecting enough taxes to pay Murray, so he took a chance on Henry defending him. Henry railed on the government, the king, and the clergy for violating Virginians' rights with unfair taxes, hurting the poor the most. The jury awarded damages of just 1 penny, launching Patrick Henry's career. Combined with James Otis's writ of assistance case, they inspired the public and showed the king and colonial government could be successfully challenged in the court of public opinion. Another one of Ben Franklin's seed sown of total disunion.
One night later, the Cardinals would take a 6-2 lead into the 9th inning of Game 3, with Bruce Sutter on the mound looking to send the Cardinals to the World Series for the first time in 14 years.
Willie McGee is under it, and that's a pennant winner for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Join the Country Club today. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today. Welcome back. Eight to 2 your score. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Vinny P coming to the plate. Italy 8, Puerto Rico 2. And the left-hander, Burgess, comes out of the pen for Team Puerto Rico. Fires the first pitch right there for a strike, 91-mile-an-hour sinker. That's 0-1. The 0-1. Right there. Drops the sinker at the knees, 92, 0-2. So, we're in that LeBaron. It's 2:30 in the afternoon as the 0-2 pitch. Swing, lifts it into center field, drifting over, making the easy catch. F8 in your scorecard, 1 away. Lugo with the catch, and that'll bring Canzoni to the plate. He is 1 for 1, 2 runs scored, an RBI and 2 walks. And he had us loaded to the 9s down in that cooler with beer, and I do remember there was coconut rum. We were heading back to his parents' house, who were not home from work yet, as the first pitch is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. So mixing that whole concoction, and we always playing that beat the clock because we knew that his mom would get off work as the 0-1. Just below the knees. Gets a double take for Maldonado, 1-1. And so we always wanted to be out of the house by 4:45 because she got off work at about 5. We didn't want to be passing her in the street and all that stuff. She worked right down the road, the 1-1. Right there on the intercut, 1-2. Now the Blues getting the what for from Canzone. And both had an argument on the last 2 pitches. The 2 pitches ago looked like a strike, and that one did not. So it evens out in the end. The 1-2 count. Down and away. 2-2. So we hammer the booze. Anything that's not nailed down right. and we realized it's time to get out of there. So we're, did 9 hours of drinking in 2 hours, and we're high school, so so we're still rookies. The 2-2 swing, pops it up high in the sky. F8 in your scorecard, easy catch, 2 down. And as we're heading down that road in that LeBaron, the driver, our buddy's coming up to the traffic light, and there's a cop sitting on the left side, and his mom is over on the right side. They're both about to turn different directions, but we're basically all looking at them, right? As a pitch on the way is right down and in. For ball, it's 1-0. Well, me and my buddy that were in the back seat, we hadn't eaten all day. We had the big buzz on, and we started hammering that German chocolate cake that he had left over from school. Is the 1-0 pitch, swing, pops it up high in the sky, F6 in your scorecard, and that'll end the inning. And to put a cap on that, the driver goes, as we're eating that cake, he yells out, "Would y'all put that cake down? You're going to get us arrested or grounded or something. They're going to know something's up." We'll be back in a flash. We spit the cake everywhere, and we'll talk about the rest when we return here on the WBC. Mac McGee
And I, we're on the same team.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
And we need more players. We need you to help us win the battle against hunger and poverty. You can sponsor
Braves Country Radio.
Teamwork is what
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
it is all about. And that's why we need you. For just $15 a month,
Don't get greedy. Ask for $2.99.
you can sponsor a child just like
Braves Country Radio.
I've been able to really help,
Braves Country Radio.
and it feels so good. It's so easy. Just reach out now and start sending your love around the world.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
If you join our team, we really can bat 1,000.
Mac McGee.
Who's waiting for help? There's room on our team for you.
So him telling us to put that cake down, and I'm telling you, the way he did, he was very forceful. Just like you would tell a buddy riding around in those days, put the beer down, put the beer down. He'd literally just yell, put the cake down, put the cake down. So that became a running joke for us for years. But at the time, when he's yelling, put the cake down, put the cake down, we can't stop laughing our ass off because we're drunk and there's cake flying everywhere, and he's getting ticked off. Cake's coming through the nose. I mean, couldn't stop laughing. 3 sheets to the wind. So, I mean, for years. Hell, I hadn't seen one of them in 2 or 3 years. He came back from the Air Force to visit, and as soon as he walked in the door, it was in 2 or 3 minutes. He said, put the cake down, as someone was drinking a beer. 8-2 your score, top of the 7th inning. We were that crew in high school that you never quite understood who, but somebody always invited us to a party, and we always made it worse by showing up because there would be booze and all kinds of other problems awry. We had one buddy named Matty V, and he was one of the main ones because he was one of the really popular kids, the preppy and whatnot. And he would come out of his way to tell us where parties were. But he always had to swear to secrecy because they didn't want to know as the first pitch on the way is high and out of the zone for a ball. He did not want anybody to know that he told us because the really uptight ones would get ticked off when they found out we were at the party. Who told them about this? This place is going to turn into a zoo. It was the 1-0 down and away 2-0. It's kind of like think about the most uptight parties you can think of, and they're inviting Animal House. That was pretty much our aim. The 2-0 pitch, right there, top of the zone, 2-1. Now as I get older, I understood why people were so bent out of shape. When we were in high school, I go, "What are you doing, man? Loosen up!" We got blotto on some gal's cooking wine at her dad's house as the 2-0 2-1 swung on and fouled back. It's 2-2. It was a really expensive cooking wine. They weren't there. She was throwing a party. She was one of these prim and proper, like really popular girls, cheerleader, all that stuff. So she just wanted to have like an adult party, and we show up. It was the 2-2 down and in 3-2. And you got to just think about this motley crew because it's early 90s. We've all got mullets. Rocking remember the Bajas that you ripped the sleeves off of? It's the 3-2, high and out of the zone, ball forward, and then he'll head on down to first, slings his bat. And I'm not sure what that's about, but he'll head to first, and Altavia, as Torres makes his way to first base. See, that's the problem I have with these celebrations, is when they're down by 6 and these kids will draw a walk and they sling the bat like they've done something incredible. MJ Melendez is in to hit for Maldonado. Torres at first, who's in for Lugo. First pitch is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Kind of figured Lugo wasn't long for the game because he had only had 3 at-bats, and I think it was specific matchup to the left-hander starting. The 1-0. Right there for a strike. But we got to hold it. She had, I mean, it must have been 15, 20 bottles of cooking wine that were all sitting back there on the counter in the kitchen. Really nice house, nice neighborhood. Is the 1-1 pitch. Swing! Rips it down the line, foul, 1-2. And we'd been there a few hours, and the party had gotten out of hand. She probably wanted 20 or 30 of her closest friends, and here came Animal House, and we told all our friends. Next thing you know, there's about 150 people at this little, I don't know, 3-4 bedroom house on a cul-de-sac in the burbs. 1-2 count, runner at first, top of the 7th. The pitch on the way, swing, chops it down the first base line under the glove of Vinny Pasquantino, and they're going to have everybody safe. First to third on the play, so runners on the corners and nobody out. Melendez stopped at first. Probably thought about going to second, but down by 6. Just under the glove of Vinny P. Hard hit ball. The 2-hopper, and it just went through the wicket. So most of these little cooking wine balls are of the smaller variety, as Razio comes out from behind the plate to direct traffic on the defense in the infield. Runners at the corners, nobody out. And one of our buddies, it was the guy that had the LeBaron, is the pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. And he would come out every so often. It's in the winter. It's in Tennessee. And he's got jackets. And he would come out around the corner, and he'd have him goes, "Hey, psst, guess what I got?" You know, joking around. 1-0 pitch, swing, fouls it straight back. It's 1-0. And every time he'd pull his coat open and had a little bottle of cooking wine. Just your average size of a wine bottle. And I found some wine. He did this several times, so it became where we could predict what he was about to say. As the 1-1 pitch is chop foul. It's 1-2. Runners on the corners, nobody out. So he came out that last time, and first of all, he's so intoxicated, he's not thinking about his surroundings. Now he's doing it around the owner of the house, her boyfriend, their friends, right? She's already mad that all these people have shown up. And she was not to the wise that we were drinking that everybody was drinking the cooking wine, which I would not recommend. 1-2. Altavia comes set, brings it. Outside wide 2-2. And he opens up his jacket, and it glistens in the not just the moonlight, but the lights that were all around the house. And he's got this oversized bottle. I mean, it looked like a handle of liquor, but it was wine. Is the 2-2. Swing, fouls it back. Do it again. And he'd already say, hey, guess what I got? Guess what I got? Psst, psst, that kind of thing. We go, we know, a bottle of wine. Be cool, because we knew she was close by. And he rips it out, and he goes, yeah, but it's a big. And we start laughing. She finds out what's going on as the two pitches swung on. Line drive to shortstop. L6 in your scorecard. Everybody stays put, one away. Soft line drive, but right into the teeth of the defense. And double play can get Team Italy out of the 7th. Not a really hard hit ball, but they're playing it honest. It's getting up in center field. Nye is the number 2 batter. So at that point, we had ticked off the entire. I don't know how many people were there, but it felt like 100. It was probably wasn't. We had to make a break for the older Aaron. Is the pitch outside wide to Hernandez to start off the at bat. It's 1-0. Needless to say, we survived, or we wouldn't be telling the story. The 1-0 outside, nowhere near the zone. Ball 2-0. So a 2-0 count. No, you wouldn't have. No, most people were not allowed to hang out with us. That's why we were a motley crew. The 2-0 swing, fouls it away. 2-1. I mean, and honestly, we asked for trouble just the way we dressed and whatnot, because, like, I remember one summer we went to the brewery close by. It was an Anheuser-Busch distributor, and you could have gotten Budweiser hats, Bud Light, all the popular ones is the 2-1, swing and a miss, 2-2, 96 inside. And we decided to purchase these natural light hats that nobody had. I mean, it had the logo that they've had on the can for years with the wheat and barley and everything. It's actually kind of a cool hat. But nobody would have worn that because it was cheap beer, right? Is the 2-2. Outside wide, 97 miles an hour, full count now. Standing on deck is Nolan Arenado. Altavia trying to get past here. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the foul tip strikeout on the outer edge. 2 down. Probably chased one off the plate. But we got those hats, and we went to kind of a rough high school. So people immediately thought we did it because we were in some kind of gang, and they would refer to it like we're not in a gang, man. They're just a bunch of drunk teenagers that drink cheap beer. Arenado, the batter, runners on the corners, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Well, going to a private school, that just means that you were trouble. The 0-1 pitch, outside wide, 1-1. We used to run with a group of girls that went to a neighboring school, but it was a Catholic school, private school. They were as wild as anybody else. 1-1 count. Swing. Right through it, 1-2. UGA's public. You kidding me? The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So great job of getting out of that jam that, well, let's be honest, he created. We'll be back in a flash. It's the bottom of the 7th. Time to get up and stretch here on the WBC Radio Network.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. All 1, 2, 3. We are need some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
Welcome back. Welcome back. Bottom of the seventh we go. Fisher versus Burgess. Lefty. First pitch right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Hey, Uncle Charlie. Welcome in. The 0-1. About letter high. 1-1 count. Brings it. Chops it foul. Italy 8. Puerto Rico 2. The 1-2. Check swing, fouls it down the line to stay alive. We'll do it again. The 1-2 pitch, just below the knees, outside, down and away, 2-2. You know, we were talking about how the umpires have been calling the game really tight. I think you're going to get a lot of that in the 2026 MLB season as the pitch on the way is right there for a strike. One away, caught looking. That one did hit the zone, kind of buckled Fisher at the knees. Because he buckled back, he didn't think it was a strike, but it was. Nasty pitch. They're going to come out and get him and bring the right-hander in, it looks. We'll be back in a flash. 8-2 your score. Italy, 7th inning, leads it over Puerto Rico.
You guys want to hear something so up? I was in my bedroom just now, minding my own business. I wasn't bothering anyone. And I overhear my daughter and my husband start talking. And I hear my daughter say, "Dad, come here. Look at this plant. Mom killed it. This plant is so dead." And he goes, "Yeah, I know. Look, come here." And then they start traveling around the house to every one of my plant. And then he ends this whole excursion with, "Yeah, honestly, your mom can't keep alive. We're lucky you're still alive." And then she responds with, "Yeah, that's true. And I just want to say a few things. First, I'm catching rogue ones here. What the did I do to you guys? Second, if I were a plant, I would want water every day, and I would want lots of it. It's not my fault that I love them too much, and then they die."
Cover the point spread. Cover the point spread.
Welcome to Busch Stadium, a park not designed for the power-packed Milwaukee Brewers, but ideal for the St. Louis Cardinals, who run to get their runs and flash quickness on defense to prevent them.
The Brewers were a good team. I mean, they had a lineup. The 1-2 hitters are Hall of Famers.
Manager Harvey Keene's Brewers, Harvey's Wallbangers as they were called, had led the AL in home runs, 23 by the old Cardinal hero Ted Simmons, who made himself right back at home at Busch Stadium in the 5th inning of Game 1.
This one's fair, and he will touch them all. It's now 4-0 Milwaukee.
Things only got worse from there for the Cardinals as they watched the Brewers beat them at their own game.
There's a base hit to center field. Here comes one run in. Here comes another run in. And it's 7-0 Milwaukee.
Certainly were surprised, I think, that first game at how they played the way we played.
That's the ball game.
Wallbangers have put 17 hits on the board. 10 runs.
That first night left everybody wondering what the heck's going to happen in this series.
8-2 your score. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Rios is coming on for Team Puerto Rico. Yaxel Rios. He's with the Mets the last couple of years, now in the Cubs organization. He's actually in the Braves organization for a cup of coffee in 2023. Originally drafted by the Phillies in 2011. So the 32-year-old fires the first pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back out of play. JJ DeRazio, Team Italy's backstop. 1-1. 1-1 count. Up top for a strike. 1-2. Italy 8, Puerto Rico 2, bottom of the 7th, 1 out, the 1-2 pitch swing, hits it up the middle. On top of it and flip it to first is Hernandez to Herrera, 6-3, 2 down. Two down, the number 9 batter, Nori at the plate, and he takes the first pitch right there on the outer cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. In the dirt, 100 miles an hour, 1-1. Rios looking in. He better hurry. With 1 second left, drops a slider right there. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, high and out of the zone. Ball 2-2. That time 98 miles an hour. The 2-2 pitch. Check swing, went around, and he did strike 3, and that'll end the inning. That'll take us to the 8th inning here in Houston, Texas. Italy 8, Puerto Rico 2. We'll be back in a flash.
$106 miles from Chicago. Got a full tank of gas.
half a pack of cigarettes, it's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
It's happy hour.
When wins become losses
and losses become wins.
You guys going to happy hour? Yeah? Yeah, I'll come for a couple. Just a couple, though. Not like last time.
When buying a beer, don't make this mistake. Buying only one beer can cause a misalignment in your spine due to the uneven weight distribution. This can cause unnecessary back pain and potential spine issues. To prevent this, carry 2 beers, ensuring your body is balanced and proper health maintained.
Okay. Get it! Hey! Afternoon, everybody.
Put my pants on, one leg at a time.
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're in Braves country.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. Pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Yeah. I'm meaning the Lord. You guys understand it. We're on a mission for God.
If you want to stop me, you're gonna have to kill me!
Eight to 2 your scores. We head to the top of the 8th. Some of the people, some of the get-ups they have out there, the fans. There's the first pitch right there for a strike at the knees by Matt Festa of Team Italy. It's 0-1. They got guys in chef uniforms, pizza making uniforms. The 0-1 swing and a miss. It's 0-2. It's like there's more to the country than just making pizza pies. The 0-2 count. Welcome in. C8 is A65 is the pitch on the way. It swung on and chopped into center field. That's down for a base hit. And it's a leadoff single for Team Puerto Rico. Good hard chopper up the middle. 8-2 your score. Game 2 of our doubleheader tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern. What are we, about 3 hours away from that? Japan versus Venezuela right here on the BCR, Braves Country Radios. The pitch to Rivera is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. And, of course, we got the tomorrow night's game, Team USA. There's the 1-0 swing and a miss. Inside on the hands. Man, nasty pitch, 1-1. They'll be taking on the Dominican Republic for the right to go to the championship. That's going to be a tall order. I'm telling you, that Dominican team is good. Offensively, they're just elite. The 1-1 outside wide, 2-1. And one of the reasons why most people thought Team USA would get to the championship against Japan was because of the combination of offense and pitching, but USA's offense really hasn't been there this tournament, and unless they turn it on, they're going to be in trouble tomorrow night. You just cannot shut down that loaded lineup of Dominican Republic bats. They're going to have to show up and score. I mean, Bryce Harper, where have you been? The 2-2 swing, pops it back foul. Drifting over there, Durazio gives chase into the camera well. It'll bounce back. Do it again, 2-2. Eight to 2 your score. 8 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for Italy, and 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Team Puerto Rico. Rivera at the plate, Ramos in the hole is the pitch on deck. Excuse me, is the pitch on the way is high and inside. Ball 3-2. In the hole is Eddie Rosario. Is Festa. Brings one inside, ball 4. So he'll head to first. Nobody out and runners at first and second. First pitch is outside wide. Called for a ball to Helio Ramos. It's 1-0. Festu's currently with Cleveland. It's 1-0, nowhere near the zone 2-0. I mean, someone's got to go out there and talk to him. Looks like Durazio is going to get out there. I believe the pitching coach is going to head out there too. He can't find the zone. He's got to finish this at bat, then I guess you could go to the pen again. They're really expecting a good inning from him. Pitched 3 years for the Mariners, 19 to 23. Missed a couple of years because of injury, and then came back to the Padres in 2024, Texas last year. Now he's with Cleveland. Matt Festa, he's out of Brooklyn, New York. Played his college ball in Pennsylvania, East Stroudsburg. He's the 2-0, nowhere near the zone. Ball 3-0. So he's about to load the bases. There's nobody out. And though Italy leads by 6, as the pitch is right there for a strike, 3-1. He's got to buckle down here. This could easily get away from him. The 3-1 pitch is swatted back foul as it was a fastball right down the pipe in on his hands. So a full count now. Festa. This will be his 16th pitch of the inning. And time is called by home plate umpire. Not sure what his ruling was there, but here we go. The payoff pitch. Swing, fouls it back. I think he was just giving a timeout. At first it looked like that he was calling. It's the motion they make for an automatic strike is the payoff pitch. Inside ball 4, and that's going to load the bases. So here we go. Bases are juiced. Nobody out. Welcome in, Gary. Rosario do up, and that's going to be it for Festa. They've seen enough. We'll be back in a flash. Bases are loaded. Nobody out. Don't go anywhere. This game is still in the balance.
Switch hitting is a lost art, and this man mastered it. This is the career of Eddie Murray. He attended Locke High School in Los Angeles and was a teammate of fellow Hall of Famer Ozzie Smith. His rookie season was the only time in his career he struck out more than 100 times. He could hit for power. 362 of his 504 career home runs came from the left side of the plate, despite the Orioles drafting him as a right-handed hitting first baseman. He finished in the top 5 of his league's MVP voting 6 times. Despite never reaching 200 hits in a season, he did have 12 seasons where he had at least 170 hits. He remains second in career hits among switch hitters, trailing only Pete Rose. He's one of only 7 players in baseball history with 500 home runs and 3,000 or more hits. He is the all-time leader in sacrifice flies with 128. He is not known for his defense, but he still managed to win 3 Gold Gloves. His .330 batting average in 1990 was the best in the majors. He made 8 All-Star teams. He was inducted in the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2003 with 85.3% of the vote. Bill James once said, his best year was every year. He never won an MVP award, but he was an MVP candidate every year.
So Game 2 loomed as critical for the Cards. But it was the Brewers, propelled once again by Simmons, who jumped out to another early lead.
It's hit well, and he will touch a ball again.
Simmons belted another home run, adding fuel to that fire. Why did we trade him? This isn't working out like we had planned.
The Cardinals would be trailing 4-2 in the bottom of the 6th when they rallied, putting runners on the corners for Darryl Porter, the catcher Herzog had chosen over Simmons.
Porter felt that pressure a lot, but somehow when they got to October, Darryl was a much better player, as if he wasn't afraid. He didn't feel anything.
He has hit only .231 during the regular year. 2 out. Milwaukee 4, Cardinals 2.
Welcome back. Bases are juiced. Eddie Rosario facing La Sorsa, and the first pitch on the way is swatted back foul. It's 0-1. With a 6-run lead, as Italy leads 8-2 over Puerto Rico, you know they were wanting to save La Sorsa for Monday as the 0-1 pitch. Swing hammered over first. Vinny P's going to throw it to second. They're going to try to double him up. Will not get him. Run will come home to score. So 1 out, 8-3, and now you got runners on the corners for Team Puerto Rico. Runners on the corners, 1 out, 8-3 your score. And the Sorsa fires the first pitch up top to Torres. Misses high and inside. It's 1-0. Misses. Ball 2-2. Two-0 count, runners at the corners and 1 out. The pitch, down and away, 3-0. The 3-0 count, pitches inside. Did that hit him or did it hit the bat? I guess it got the batter, and the bases are going to be loaded now. Now the tying run is on deck. Cervelli is coming out of the... He wants to get a look at this. Now he's talking with first base umpire. I think first base umpire is saying that it... So by the look of first base umpire, he's saying that it hit the bat. But he and the home plate umpire are having a conversation about this. He's heading on down to first. Replay they showed doesn't really show you anything. As it comes in, I mean, it looked like it hit his hand. Now, whether or not he offered at it, that's a totally different story, but it did look like it hit his hand. And he's looking at his hand. In fact, he just took his glove off to put the sliding pad on. It's red, so good call there by the ump. The pitch on the way is down and in. Ball gets away. It's going to go to the backstop. A run will score, and it's 8-4. So Team Italy choking this away. Runners at second and third, and one out. That pitch came really close to hitting his foot, by the way. I thought it had it first. But the ball gets away. And it's 8-4. And Cervelli's going out there. I think he went out there with the trainers, what it looked like. Check on La Sorsa. Runners at second and third. There's one out. It's a 1-0 count. Christian Vasquez. The pitch on the way, swing and chops through the infield. That's going to get through for a base hit. That's going to score at least one run. Here comes the throw to the plate. He is safe, and it is 8-6 Puerto Rico. Just like that, they have put 4 on the board. The tying run's coming to the plate. The place is going bananas on the left side. The right side of the stadium is quiet as a church mouse. Christian Vasquez, trying to remember, he just signed somewhere recently. Christian Vasquez, the veteran catcher, pounding his chest. Cervelli, he's seeing nothing. I mean, every guy he's bringing out of the pen is crumbling. See who he comes with up next. We'll be back in a flash. A 2-run game. This game is far from over here in Houston.
I ain't on the run from the law, okay? We just see things a little differently, so I just had to leave Florida till it cools down a little bit. But let me tell y'all why America's the best place to be on the run, okay? If I was in England right now, it would be cold, drizzly. Big Ben would be waking me up every hour, banging his bells, okay? The king would be stomping around trying to throw me in a dungeon. Okay, this is why my heart breaks for those people in England. Keep on rocking. I'm just living like a president in the land of the free and the home of the brave for a little bit, man.
This is the story of 3 men who woke up as baseball players, and by the end of the day, they would become heroes. In the 19th century, George Davis, Kid Gleason, and Mike Grady were all part of the New York Giants. While on a streetcar on their way to the Polo Grounds on April 26, 1900, they noticed fire coming from an apartment house just a few blocks from the stadium. Not wasting any time, Davis climbed a fireman's ladder and rescued a woman who had fainted. Then Gleason joined him and led another woman and a child down the fire escape. After the fire department arrived, they stayed until all the people were out of the building. The fire would leave 45 families homeless, but alive, thanks to the quick thinking of those 3 Giants players. They eventually did make it to the ballpark and played a game against the Boston Beaneaters that afternoon. And that's the story of how 3 baseball players turned into heroes.
As a teammate and a friend of Darrell's, it was great to have him experience that because he did. He took a lot of grief out there.
At the end of 6, a 4-4 tie.
The score would stay tied into the bottom of the 8th when the Cardinals again got some base runners looking to take their first lead of the series.
Bases loaded, 1 out, and the 3-0 pitch to Steve Braun is 4-4.
The Cardinals take the lead 5-4 as Ladd walked in the tie-breaking run.
Meanwhile, the Cardinals bullpen ace Bruce Sutter had entered the game in the 7th inning and was on his way to retiring the final 9 Milwaukee batter.
1 on, and a drive to straightaway center, and Willie McGee puts it away.
We head for Milwaukee, a game apiece.
Well, here we go. This game is far from over if you stepped away for a second. The tying run is at the plate. 8-6 your score. Italy clinging to the lead. And the first pitch on the way from Weiser. He swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-1. Greg Weiser came in and closed the game against the Americans the other night. He's probably going to be asked to try to get 5 outs if possible. The 0-1. Red Sox right-hander flips one down and away. 1-1 count. The 1-1 misses. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Brings it. Swing. Rips it down the first base line, but foul. We're here in the top of the 8th. Italy trying to cling to this lead. Leading by 2. A 2-2 count. 1 on, 1 out. Standing on deck is the number 2 hitter. Nice. Arenado is on deck, or in the hole. Weiser. And he can induce ground balls with that sinker, so that's what they're hoping for, is a double play here to get him out of the jam. The 2-2. Turns and spins. Check swing. Did he go around? I'm going to say he held up. Full count. Full count here, and the payoff pitch from Weiser. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Pumped him full of gas there. 95 right down the pipe. 2 down. I think he was probably sitting on the sinker, and he got caught flat-footed. Brought the heat, and he was a touch behind it. That's what makes Weiser so tough. You kind of have to sit on that fastball. But if you get that sinker, you're bound to bang it on the ground softly or miss it altogether. First pitch on the way is a 96-mile-an-hour fastball down and away. Darryl Hernandez is 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Just want to know he does have 4 hits in the tournament. The 1-0. Way high out of the zone. Ball 2-2. So a 2-0 count. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon here on the BCR. Please like, subscribe, and hit those alerts. Join the country club today. Help support radio baseball. The 2-0. Bang, right there at the knees. Nasty sinker, 2-1. Arenado's on deck, but Team Italy hopes to see him in the 9th. Not the 8th. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, chops it back up the middle, and making a diving attempt outside of the reach of Sagasi, the shortstop, and it's going to be a slow dribbler, but on that defense, they were playing him to pull, and he hit it right up the middle, hit them where they ain't, and runners on first and second. There's 2 outs. The go-ahead run is standing at home plate, and it's Nolan Arenado. You could cut the tension with a knife. Righty-righty matchup. Weiser. First pitch. Who's that wiffle ball slurve that he has? Outside wide, it's 1-0. 1-0. Brings it. Swing. Pops it back foul. It's 1-1. If you're just joining us, this has been a topsy-turvy affair. Puerto Rico took the 1-0 lead in the top of the first. Italy jumped out to a 4-1 lead. Then Puerto Rico made it 4-2 in the second. Italy pounded 4 in the 4th to make it 8-2, and we've sat there all this time until here in the 8th. Puerto Rico's put on 4 runs to make it 8-6. The 1-2 swing sizzles it back to the backstop. Weiser got a 1-2 count on Arenado. Does he go with that nasty slurve again? I call it his whiffle. It has that kind of movement on it, especially to right-handers. Dives into left-handers. Or does he go with the sinker in on his hands? The 1-2. Down and in. Went with the changeup there, 2-2. 2-2 count. Deuces wild. Puerto Rico trails by 2. They got 2 on, 2 out. A 2-2 count. Weiser comes set, his 15th pitch of the inning. Swing chops it over to third, and he'll fire it over to first. It's a 5-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. I mean, honestly, Fisher probably should have stepped on third. It would have been a lot easier. In fact, Vinny P's laughing and pointing to the bag. We'll be back in a flash. Bullet dodged by Italy, but Puerto Rico's back in it here in the WBC.
Gentlemen, can you please explain to me what it is about the sundresses that you like so much?
If any man tells her, they are banned from the council.
I think I'm going to emotionally quit my job. Like, I'm still going to work there, but I just don't think I'm going to care anymore.
There's a saying I love, okay? It goes, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today, baby. Don't wait, okay? A lot of people in the comments saying they hope they could be like me when they get older. Fun and free and silly and stupid. Guess what, baby? You don't have to wait, okay? In 1776, Hamilton was 21, okay? Lafayette was 18. Jefferson was 33. These weren't crotchety old men complaining. These were excited young folks being the change they want to see in the world, creating America. They had George Washington on their team. They could not lose. They defeated the biggest empire in the world, and we kicked their ass and sent them back to England. Okay, this is the beauty of the land of the free. Have fun. Be silly. It's not too serious, man. This is the beauty of life, all right? Keep on rocking in the land of the free, baby.
Normalize not going out because you got the toots.
Y'all, if it's one thing I definitely know how to do, is turn $1,500 into $1.50.
The fans in Milwaukee were primed to see the Wallbangers pound the ball all over the park. But instead, the power in Game 3 would come from an unexpected source for the visitors.
Hit high and deep to right field, and McGee will touch them all! A 3-run home run for rookie Willie McGee, and the Cardinals jump in front 3-0.
Very few people on a national stage knew of Willie McGee. They got to know him in Game 3.
McGee hits another drive to right field, and that might go. It's gone. Home run McGee. His second of the game.
And we go to the stretch half of the 7th inning with a score in Milwaukee. St. Louis 5, the Brewers nothing.
Welcome back in, y'all. You stepped away for a second. We are locked up in a tight one. It's 8-6 your score, bottom of the 8th, and Team Italy will go back to the bats. Weiser saved the day momentarily for Team Italy, getting them out of the jam. 4 runs in that frame, and here comes Edwin Diaz. First pitch on the way to Sam Antonoshiny. He hits him in the foot, and it's 1 on, nobody out for Team Italy. Got him in the right leg. Looked like he hit him right. I mean, perfect place for Antonoshiny. It's right where his shin guard sits. Edwin Diaz, now of the Dodgers, formerly of the Mets. He can't pick any team right? Am I right, Braves Country? So Gacy, the batter now, righty-righty matchup. Diaz is having a problem with his pitch com. This really makes you miss the Mariano Rivera. A, they didn't have pitch com back then, but B, he didn't need it because he only had 1 pitch. He's like, I'm bringing it. First pitch on the way is a 97-mile-an-hour heater up high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing and a miss. 1-1. 1-1 count. It's going fastball. 96 and 95. That's the main pitch that he leans on. He's got a lot of movement. Is the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Runner goes down to second base. He's got it stolen. And Antanashi taking off like a bat out of hell. Head first slide. Beats it by a mile. And Team Italy, not even the greatest jump, but he's got very good takeoff speed. Once he gets going, it was a wide throw down there by Maldonado. And the 1-2. Check swing. Did he go around? They checked down the first base line. He did not. 2-2. Maldonado wanted the call. Here just in a few hours, we'll have Japan versus Venezuela. Come on the air about 8:45. Get you rolling at 9. The 2-2 pitch. Swing. Pops it up. Not very deep, so the runner at second should stay put. Tagging up, but F8 in your scorecard. And Sam complaining to somebody about something. I don't know if it was... Oh, it was because Castro was blocking his view. Which, it's not nothing technically illegal, but it is... That is Bush League. First pitch on the way is a swing and a miss. It's 0-1. That's the type of thing that in the major leagues gets you beamed the next time up. Is the 0-1, chops it foul. It's 0-2. But realistically, the third base coach should be on that and just have him looking at him and telling him when to go. But in international play, like a lot of unwritten rules are not written. The 0-2 caught looking, strike 3. Marcy, 2 down. Now the big showdown here as Vinny Pasquantino comes up against Edwin Diaz. But that is Bush League. You don't jump up and down in front of somebody in that situation. As the first pitch on the way is high and out of the zone. Ooh. Way high strike. It's 0-1. Considering how he's been pinching both sides and all over the plate, that was a really high strike he just called. The 0-1. Inside, 99. 1-1. On deck is Canzone. Italy leads at 8-6. We're in the bottom of the 8th here at the World Baseball Classic. Winner go home. The winner gets the winner of tonight's game that we'll have at 9 o'clock Eastern. Japan versus Venezuela is the 1-1 inside ball 2-1. And if you don't have a dog in that hunt, it should be a fun one. You got loaded rosters, just to name a few. It's going to be Shohei Ohtani versus Ronald Acuna Jr., but both sides are loaded. The 2-1. High and out of the zone. Ball 3-1. So Diaz might just be pitching around Pasquantino. It doesn't get that much easier. Canzone's a pretty good bat. The 3-1 right there at the knees. Full count. Vinny P 1 for 3 on the day with 2 runs, an RBI, a walk and a strikeout. Now batting .211 for the tournament as the payoff pitch. Swing! Fouls it away, 98. Do it again. But even though his batting average is low, his OPS, because of that 3 home run night the other night, is at 1059. You just don't see that very often for folks who don't follow those types of statistics. That is extremely high OPS for such a low batting average. The payoff pitch, high and out of the zone, ball 4. It'll go to the backstop, and Sam I Am alertly heads down to third. And they've got runners on the corners now with the walk and 2 outs. That was past pitch out territory. That thing sailed on Diaz. Canzoni now the batter. And now you got to worry about that if you're the battery of the Team Puerto Rico, because any kind of wild pitch could cost you a run because Sam's got wheels. First pitch on the way is high and out of the zone once again. Pascatino steals second base. You can't really call that defensive indifference. A 2-run game. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. 1-0. Way high and out of the zone. Ball 2-0. Maldonado going out there to try to calm Canzoni down. Diaz down as Canzoni steps out of the box. Quick powwow on the mound. Italy 6, Italy 8, Puerto Rico 6. The 2-0. Runners at second and third, 2 outs. A single now could score 2. The pitch off the track, but given a wide strike. 2-1. The 2-1. Misses wide, ball 3-1. Another wide pitch. Getting dangerously close to throwing another one to the backstop again. The 3-1. Outside. Whoa. That should have been ball 4. Canzoni can't believe it. That pitch was 2-3 inches off the plate and outside. And considering how wild he has been the last 2 at-bats, that's a bad call by Blue. It's right there with him, too. It's a little more believable when you miss one of those as the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning. Diaz got bailed out in a big way. He was spitting the bit. Well, we'll go to the 9th inning. And I don't think, we'll see if Weisert is coming out. He's going to try to slam the door against Puerto Rico. Team Italy clinging to a 2-run lead.
And another thing, stop watching my page before I post what you're looking for and you have a stroke.
If you're American and someone tries telling you you're too big for your britches, remember this, okay? George Washington was too big for the British, and they need to quit snitching and bitching, wishing you'd fit in your British britches, baby. This is the land of the free. We outgrow our britches every day.
December 2nd, abolitionist John Brown was hanged for treason and murder after his failed raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859. Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin had already stirred Northern consciences about slavery, and Brown's actions turned moral outrage into calls for action. A fervent abolitionist, Brown believed slavery was a moral sin that required violent resistance. In the 1850s, he gained notoriety in Bleeding, Kansas, leading violent raids to oppose pro-slavery forces. In October 1859, Brown attempted to seize the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, aiming to arm enslaved people for a massive rebellion. His plan failed and he was captured by U.S. Marines led by Robert E. Lee. After a swift trial, Brown was convicted and executed. To the north, he became a martyr for freedom. The South was horrified that Northerners celebrated him, but learned 3 things from the raid. Their slaves did not rise up, rich and poor white Southerners were united in defense, and the federal government would protect slavery. Their conclusion? The South must maintain control over the federal government and the presidency.
Hey, I got a quick question for all my barbers out there. What are y'all doing differently nowadays for a single haircut to cost $75?
While McGee had been providing the offense, Joaquin Andujar had made sure the Brewers didn't get anything going, pitching a 3-hit shutout into the 7th inning.
5-0. The Cardinals are out in front of Milwaukee. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Right off his knee, and he's hurt. Andujar is hurt.
Andujar is riding in pain on the grass.
You know, we made fun of him about that. You know, he was flopping around like a fish on the bank.
And the first thing he says when we got him up, he said, "Call my mom and tell him I'm okay. I'm okay."
Welcome in, y'all. We are Heading to the top of the ninth, Italy clinging to a 2-run lead. Puerto Rico at bat. First pitch on the way from Weiser. He's right there for a strike on the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Weiser threw 15 pitches in that 8th inning to get Italy out of the jam. Righty-lefty matchup. Cortez, Rivera, and Ramos due up. The 4-5-6 batters. The 0-1 swing and foul tipped in and out of the glove. Grazio, it's 0-2. Winner go home here. The winner faces tonight's winner of Japan versus Venezuela, which starts at 9 o'clock here on the BCR. The 0-2 pops it back foul. 0-2 count. Weiser looking in. He comes set up. Grazio on the outside of the plate. The 0-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball's hammered into right field. That's down for a base hit. And it's going to be a leadoff single for Team Puerto Rico. Thank you for the kind words, Bahamas Lavas. We carry more than just the Braves nowadays here on our Braves Country Radio. We got over 300 games planned this year. Every Atlanta Braves game, and then about 2 to 3 out-of-town doubleheaders a week. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees. Might have been a little bit low. It's 0-1. We've been talking about that all WBC long. The Royals are going to be a fun team to watch this year. The 0-1. Brings it. Check swing. Did he go around? He did not. 1-1. Bobby Witt Jr. has become one of my favorite players to watch in all of baseball that doesn't wear a Braves uniform. The 1-1. Brings it. That one painted the corner, did not get the call. 2-1. This home plate umpire has been brutal. Spotting dimes and eating onions out there. You don't know if he's going to widen the zone or pinch it depending on each pitch. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Coming out of his shoes that time. Vera wanted to tie that up. 2-2. Purdue trails by, Puerto Rico. I knew I was going to do that. The PUR has Purdue in my mind every time I see it. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Filthy whiffle right there on the outer edge, one away. I made it this long, and I kept saying to myself, we have a note next to me, don't say Purdue. I see that PUR, and the first thing that comes to my mind is, because I just would have thought if you're going to shorten Puerto Rico, it'd just be PR up there. Runner at first, 1 out. Weiser, his 25th pitch of the night. Pitch on the way, swing and lifted into right field. Lazy fly ball, and Cagney and Lacey makes the catch out there. Jack Caglione. 2 down. So they're down to their last out. You couldn't write this any better. They're down to their last out. The tying run is coming to the plate in the form of Eddie Rosario. And we know he has, over the years, come up with some enormous home runs, including the one in the 2021 NLCS. Righty-lefty, here's the first pitch. Weiser brings it. Check swing, he did not go around. Cortez runs out of the force out. They'll probably give that one defensive indifference. It's 1-0. 0 for 3 with a walk, RBI, and 2 runs. It's batting 133 in the WBC, but it only takes 1 swing. The 1-0. Outside wide, 2-0. Weiser, the reliever, I mean, we're sitting here in March, and he's at 27 pitches. I don't know what his limit's going to be, but I'd say eventually he's going to have a hard cap from the Red Sox organization telling Cervelli what he can do. Steps off the bump for a second and clears the clay out of his cleats. Runner at second, 2 outs. The 2-0 from Weiser. Looks back the runner, brings it. Swing, pops it up. Deep into left field, going back on the track. Underneath it, making the catch for Team Italy, and that'll do it. Italy wins, Italy wins. Team Italy wins. 8 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for Team Italy. 6 runs, 7 hits, no errors for Puerto Rico. A valiant effort by Team Puerto Rico, coming all the way back and forcing the drama at hand. We're going to step away. I'll tell you what, we got to give you a game ball, don't we? Let's give it to I'm going to go ahead and give it to DeRazio. 3 RBIs, 1 for 3 on the day, and I thought he caught a really good game behind the plate. Did an excellent job. Weiser, tip of the cap to him as well. And Puerto Rico's WBC is over. Italy marches on. They wait for the winner tonight. We'll see you tonight, 9 o'clock Eastern. Y'all have a great one. What a heck of a game. Hopefully tonight's is half as good as this one.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed, the only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the season, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn.
It is the American game. It's just what it is, and it makes you, I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball, I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It brings you back.
It may be the worst of times for the National Football League, but it is the absolute best of times for Major League Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe. And don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.